1 second. Let me try that again. 1 second.
Are you doing that? I'm going to be throwing some music for audience.
Yeah, it's all right. Just wait. I think. Yeah, just go ahead with that. Thank you, comrade.
Please, thank you for being here. May God bless you. May God strengthen you. This is the Restoration Council of the Federal Republic of Ambazonia, representing the people. Stay strong, keep your spirit alive, let love reign, let understanding reign, and let's keep marching forward. Thank you all for being here.
Comrade, can you just play that song again? I will need to quit Zoom and reconnect because my computer will not allow me since I'm in Zoom, but that will be possible when I quit and reconnect, please.
That shouldn't be very long, so you can just jump right out and come in.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That right now. Thank you.
Yes.
So while he's doing that, I'd like to add to the Ambazonians from the brief presentation from Dr. Epard about the Restoration Council. It is clear, and like every one of us to hold that point of understanding that the Restoration Council got its existence through the second conclave that took place in Zaria, Lagos, Nigeria. And it was, it was set forth as a leadership organization or institution for all the frontline groups of Ambazonia. So we at the IG should understand we are privileged that the Restoration Council is within the IG. And every Ambazonian should know, especially within the IG, that it was not the IG that set up the Restoration Council. It was the first institution that was put in place before every other institution to guide the leadership of this privilege Amazonian all through. So when we know that, we will not fall short to cheap manipulations and distractions and distortion of the truth. And I believe that Comrade Danny, when it comes up with those terms of reference, some keynotes, points, and references to some articles that are there for you and I to know, and which have been highly attacked and manipulated, distorted, to disinformed and misinformed, as you hear in ABC. This will quicken our understanding to know who we are. And we are committed to come along the way with you for better town hall conferences, for information, so that we can work together for the success of this revolution as soon as possible and secure our nation, a beautiful one, in the days ahead. Thank you. Comrade Pascal, are you there?
Okay, I'm going to unmute Chairman Committee needs to speak. Okay, the Chairman of the Restoration Council is unmuted and he's to speak.
Yes, fellow Amazonians, while we're waiting for Comrade Danny to be ready, I appreciate all those who have taken the time off their busy schedule to be here tonight. My name is Elvis Cometa. Once more, I'm the chair of the Restoration Council. I am just one person in the Restoration Council. I don't own the Restoration Council. I don't command people in the Restoration Council, no. People are allowed to vote their consciences. It's not about me, it's about having strong institutions. I happen to be the chairman now. Very soon another person will take over to be the chairperson. So we are saying in this house that we have to continue with strong institutions and not a strong person, no. Amazonia should have strong institutions and not strong individuals. So I thank all of you for coming here tonight, and I pray that we should discuss peacefully, let love reign, let the anger, the bitterness, the hatred that is being spewed out there, we should not bring it into this house. We are all one family. We are all brothers and sisters. Yes, we disagree, The report matters is ground zero. All what we are doing, it should be done for ground zero, not for those of us in the diaspora. And I'm so happy, I'm really happy that our fighters are beginning to understand and they're coming together. Yes, they are the ones who control this revolution. Without them, there will be no revolution. Let us raise even 10 million, 20, 1 billion abroad. If they are not there fighting, well, that money will not take us to anywhere. So once more, thank all of you for coming. Comrade Danny, are you ready? Still not here?
He's ready. He's ready. We want the Comrade Anne to make him the co-host so that he can find his way through.
Okay, thanks again. Can the host allow me to share, please?
Oh, Comrade Danny, are you not a host, a co-host?
No, make it a co-host. Left and came back.
Oh, that's sorry, man.
Sorry about that. I couldn't do that.
Okay.
Is what?
Yeah, you should be co-host now.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. So let me get back to. Okay. Does everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Clean and clear.
Okay, let me just. Thank you. So once again, welcome, people of Ambazonia. It's a great pleasure for me to present to you the role of the Restoration Council in Ambazonia according to the Constitution. So that's presented by me, the Honorable Danny. So what are we focusing today? In our discussion today, we're actually going to focus on the authority of the Restoration Council based on the Constitution, and also some of the responsibilities of the Restoration Council. Please, Ambazonians, be educated with what empowers you, with what leads you, or with what is your your guide as a constitution. Do not be deceived by many who come and interpret it in other ways. So read it for yourself, understand it for yourself. So we're going to focus on those two aspects, starting with the authority of the Restoration Council based on the Constitution. Now, of all that is written in the Constitution, there is one that is very important. First of all, what is authority? Authority is the power to give right. Authority is the power or right to give orders, make decisions, and enforce obedience. The RC's authority is derived from the Constitution and its term of reference. Now we're going to look at have a key focus here, which is Article 15, subsection 8 on page 35 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Ambazonia. And we're going to go into that detail. Now, this article says, in addition to the aforementioned, so we have Article 15 that focuses on some roles and functions of the Restoration Council, and listed there is 1 to 7 and then 8 and another. So, but I want us to focus on Article 8. It says, in addition to the aforementioned, the terms of reference or the mandate, which is our TOR, that's just a short way of saying terms of reference, the TOR, shall guide the workings of the Restoration Council under the direction of the chairperson and to third majority vote. This manual may be updated periodically to keep current and adapt to the changing circumstances and needs of the people of Southern Cameroons. Now, I've heard many people who are trying to say that the arms of government are the same. Please do not be deceived. It's very clear. These things are written in simple English, and I'm so happy because our Constitution is written in such a simple language for everybody to understand. This is an empowerment of what the Restoration Council has as a job to do, and it empowers its term of reference or its mandate, which we are going to, in the next slide, have a look at. So once again, in addition to the aforementioned, which are the articles above, or the sub-articles above, the term of reference or mandate, which is the TOR, shall guide the workings of the Restoration Council under the direction of the chairperson and to third majority vote. This manual will be updated periodically to keep current and adapt to changing circumstances and needs of the people of Ambazonia. Now, we'll go to the second point. What are some of the responsibilities? Please remember I said some, because there's quite a lot that are listed in the tour of the Restoration Council, the terms and references. So what are some of those responsibilities that the Restoration Council has got? I'm going to look at this one. It's a, well, we'll focus here on article, sorry, this should be actually, yeah, we will start with article 15, 1 and 2, right, which is still on the very page that we read on. It says the Restoration Council shall have A, advisory function, B, quasi-legislative functions, C, vetting functions. And these vetting functions, we're going to look a bit more detail into it. Now, all nominations of appointment by the president shall be vetted and vouched for by the Restoration Council for competence and the capacity to perform the designated functions. What is vouching? Vetting, we all know. Vetting is finding out about somebody going digging their, you know, their background and stuff like that. Vouching is standing to say, I confirm, I am happy with this individual. I believe that he is in the position to work in this capacity. I'll give you one example. In some countries, before you rent a house, you need a guarantor. Or if you are in certain situations, you need a guarantor. That guarantor will vouch, because in case you don't pay, they will hold that guarantor to do the payment. So that guarantor vouches for you or confirms that, yes, I will stand for this person. So please, Ambazonians, be it the president, be it the executive, be it your LGA, whoever is speaking to you, vouching is a process of confirmation, like how a guarantor will stand to be as a guarantee. Yeah, go ahead.
1 minute. It's like the meeting is not being recorded again. Can someone check? I cannot see my screen, please.
No, it's recorded. Recorded. Go on, Danny. It's recorded.
Okay, thanks a lot, comrade. So I just wanted to point that, and let us not go by logics, but by law and by our constitution. Read it for yourself, understand it for yourself. So now we're going to go to some of the other responsibilities that the Restoration Council has got. Now we're going to look into the TOR, or the terms of reference, which the Constitution just alluded to and made reference to earlier before, as I have mentioned to you. So Article 4 of that TOR, 1, 2, and 4 of the page 1 of that TOR, it says, in the absence of a political party system, the legislative arm of government is represented in the interim by the Restoration Council and its agency. Please note, it says it is the legislative arm of government, of our interim government, is represented in the interim by the Restoration Council and its agencies. We don't yet have that arm of government for the judiciary, as we are all aware, but then the Restoration Council can stand and act in that respect. That's why a certain authority and power are vested upon the Restoration Council. Article 4.2 says, the Restoration Council represents the interest of the people and their needs. It represents the interest of the people and their needs. 4.4, it says, it is the supreme legislator of our country in the interim and ensure that government by the people for the people. I'll go to the next article. Now, these articles still continue with the responsibilities. We're going to focus here on Article 5 from subsection 1 to 6. Now it says the responsibility of the Restoration Council. The Restoration Council plays a direct and active role in national affairs of the Federal Republic. It is the place where the members look after the people's interests That's why in our case, we have part of the Restoration Council is made up of the frontline leaders, as we just said, you know, as members, some members of the frontline leaders, which we heard before from the history, and also the LGAs, which was an extension that was made. So, you know, it's all about the interest. And let me say this, members of the House, as we call it, of the Restoration Council, were people who were elected, especially on the side of the LGAs, people who were elected based on their dignity, people were elected based on their morale, and so on and so forth. Those people were selected by their LGAs, in the case of the LGAs here, and sent to the Restoration Council. So the Restoration, so I'm going to read now. This is the responsibility of the Restoration Council include but not limited to 5.1, making rules in the interim and laws in the future that will improve the lives of Ambazonia. I repeat it again, making rules in the interim and laws in the future that will improve the life of Ambazonians. 5.2, discussing and debating government policies, nomination for appointments, creation of any relevant state institutions, and other issues of national interest. 5.3, consulting with the people and representatives with their views in the council, and representing, sorry, I beg your pardon, their views in the council. 5.4, helping the people in their constituency or location worldwide. 5.5, approving the budgets of government departments as presented to council by the president through the Secretary of Finance and Economy. And if I may add to that, that has never occurred as far as I am aware. So please take note of that. Now, 5.6, it says, making sure that the work that government promised to do is being done, checking that public money is spent wisely, approving the mandate of the executive. And okay, I didn't put that other part here, but if I should finish, if I can just finish reading that here directly. The last part says, yeah, well, the last part continues for 5.7, which is not listed here. So this 5.6 is actually the complete till this point where it says and there is a 5.7 and 5.8, which, as I said, I'm just focusing on a few. Now, I'm going to go to the next one. Now, this again are some of the responsibilities of the Restoration Council. Jurisdiction. 6.1, as custodians of the people's interests and their needs, the Restoration Council plays the role of the legislator in the interim and has jurisdiction over holding all accountable in the execution of any business that is in the interest of the people of Ambazonia. 6.2, the Restoration Council does so by directly calling the executive to account or through its agent, like the Ethics and Compliance Committee, State Accountability Office, and etc. 6.3, the Restoration Council also has jurisdiction on mandates to the executive and monitoring its implementation through different committees set up by the council. And that is why we have had the power and the authority to do what we've just done lately, because for a while we have been observing some certain events. And finally, if I should go to this last point, you know, these last 2 points, Article 7.2, the Restoration Council through voting will make decisions of national interest and inform the executive through the president for implementation. 7.3, the president and his cabinet, listen again, the president and his cabinet are accountable to the people through the Restoration Council. I will stop sharing here and I will just make some comments. One second there. Okay. Well, I have just been able to share with you some of the articles of our Constitution and the terms of reference. Please, Ambazonians, ask questions, read the Constitution for yourself, read the terms of reference for yourself, and have a great understanding of what our constitution says. It is very sad that so many people have almost gone to a point of being aggressive against each other. We've witnessed a terrible, a terrible dimension of anger against people who will just express their opinion, sadly because they do not understand where the RC stands. The RC is your voice, it's not our voice. We are here to represent you, and there is far more than we even see. So I'll leave it at that. And I want to just conclude by saying that these terms of reference were both signed by the chairman of the Restoration Council and the president. So these are not documents that just came up from space, please. And the last thing I want to say is that the Restoration Council is some sort of mystery box that everybody wants to know what is inside. But, with the time, you will know what is inside. And obviously, there's nothing mystery there. People are making it mystery or mysterious. So I'll take I yield here, and I'll talk to you again. Thanks a lot for that time. Over to you, Comrade Pascal, Honorable Pascal.
Thank you, Mr. Dani. Thank you for the presentations. I'm asking the masses to put down their questions as they if they have any questions. We'll allow time for all that. We'll rush. Is there anybody who has something to debunk so far? Any comment?
Comrade Pascal, there is something we should let Ambazonians know, because some people say that the terms of reference of the Restoration Council is an internal working document. But I want Ambazonians to know that if you read the Constitution and you come under the Restoration Council, the function of the Restoration Council, you'll see that the terms of reference of the Restoration Council is incorporated in that Constitution. So anything that these terms of reference talks about is constitutional. Because if you had actually given room in the Constitution to release all this, and then do that to other departments, will come out with a Constitution that has 1,000 pages. So don't be manipulated, Ambazonians. The terms of the Restoration Council are signed by the president himself, and they are incorporated in the Constitution, so they are like a constitution on itself, binding on every Ambazonian. So don't be misled and don't be manipulated. Thank you.
Okay, just to let the people know, Article 15.8 in the Constitution is the exact article that gave the Restoration Council the constitutional power to use the terms of reference to legislate the executive branch. And I just want to debunk something very quickly for everybody. I won't take much of their time as a moderator. We know that lately, counties and the president and other people, they have been sending motion to withdraw their members of the Restoration Council with immediate effect, all those kind of things, for whatever reason that they know. We're going to try to debunk some of those things as we go. But I want everybody to understand that it doesn't mean because you said that your Restoration Council members should leave the Restoration Council. Those are wishes. I think that people's wishes should be respected. However, Restoration Council members or even elected officials or the president or whoever, they have the constitutional right to remain in their office until their office finish. Just take, for example, when President Donald Trump of America was elected president, 2 years into his presidency, there were thousands and millions of people who signed paper that step down, we want you out, we don't want you to represent us. But does it mean that Donald Trump will immediately Donald Trump can decide, oh, these people have said that I should step down. Then he signed away and step down from the position. But he also has his constitutional right to remain in that office until after 4 years. Ironically, when President Samuel Sako Ikome became president of the Federal Republic of Ambazonia, there were a lot of haters. There were a lot of people who didn't like it. They said that step down, they write all those motions. Did he just step down immediately? No, it was his constitutional right to remain there for the 2-year term mandate that he was given. So let's don't be confused about this. You should know your rights, and we hope that you know your right. And we're also publicly sympathizing with all of those who have been attacked in their LJ, all those who have been oppressed, all those who have been bullied under this concept that you know their right. We really apologize, and we hope that we bring reason into all this and let love and understanding reign. Thank you all for listening. I will go to the next of the meeting as we go.
Honorable coordinator, can I just say something for one about 30 seconds?
Dr. Epa, yes, I think you are even the person who is supposed to be coming very soon again. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Regarding the question of members being withdrawn from the Restoration Council, as you have said, LGAs have the right to remove their members, but that does not mean that the Restoration Council will not do its work. When you go, we will compile a new list. And if let's say that we have 30 or 32 right now, if let's say 10 go, are withdrawn, we will still have 22. And out of 22, we'll make a new list. Out of 22, when 11 or 12 are involved in a meeting, that meeting forms a quorum. So let people not deceive themselves. The Restoration Council is going to go on, regardless whether they withdraw. Even the frontline leaders, like Chairman Komita, is going to remain there with a few others. And the work of the Amazonian people will still go on. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that education right now. Okay, we'll go to the next section. The articles for the ongoing impeachment. Honorable Jonathan and Honorable Danny, you have to throw us some light again on this particular issue. You are there. Let me see. Danny, can you come in? I don't think Jonathan is here. Ladies and gentlemen, you are in the Town Hall Zoom meeting of the Restoration Council of the Federal Republic of Ambazonia. We are 32 minutes above the hours. Thank you for being here. May God bless you. Let peace, love, reasoning, and understanding reign. Danny, come in, please, on this next section. Very quickly, sir.
Okay, thanks a lot, Honorable. And this part was actually supposed to be done by Honorable Jonathan. I guess in his absence, I will have to play that role. I'm just going to read some of the things that were put down with regards to this aspect. And as you all know, we have about 14 charges that have been put forward against the president, and which proceeded to an impeachment. And you know, we here are just going to be based on two aspects of that impeachment. Sorry, of the charges. There are a lot more other charges that I'm sure a lot of you have read, but these two are one of the key ones that, regardless of all the others, that whatever people can say, this one stands still. So if you will permit me, I'm going to read this. And
Comrade Danny.
Yeah.
Comrade Danny.
Yeah.
They should omit Jonathan. Comrade Jonathan says that.
Okay, let him put his hand up, please.
His hand is up.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Let me make him co-host, please. Oh, Comrade Jonathan, I can see you. Sorry. Yeah, you can unmute yourself and talk.
Comrade Jonathan.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Loud and clear, sir.
All right. I want to thank you, Comrade Danny. I want to thank you, the chairman of the Restoration Council, and every other protocol observed. Thank you for the privilege to speak in this first town hall of the REC. A lot has been said about the powers that the Restoration Council has to do what it's doing. And at this moment, I want to talk about what has brought us this far, which is the impeachment of the President of the Federal Republic of Ambazonia, President Samuel Sako Ekome. And before I go this, I want to say that the president is still the president of Ambazonia as of now. Please, he should be respected. Respecting him is respecting the office of the president. And nobody should talk about him with disdain, with hatred, or with any form of threat. That is unacceptable. We don't condone that at the Restoration Council. We are just doing the work of the people, presenting the interests of the people. And that said, I will read these articles. Mindful of Article 5.6 of the Terms of Reference, giving the REC responsibility to make sure that public funds are spent wisely. Mindful of Article 6.1 of the TOW, giving the Restoration Council custody of the people's interests and the jurisdiction over holding all accountable. Mindful of Article 6.2 of the TOW, empowering the REC to call the executive to account, even through its committees. Mindful of Article 6.3 of the Terms of Reference, the TOW of the REC, giving it the exclusive jurisdiction over mandates to the executive. Mindful of the Restoration Council session that held on Wednesday, 2nd February, to impeach His Excellency President Samuel Ekome Sako of the Federal Republic of Ambazonia. Reasons for impeachment. At this point, I want to declare that there are a lot of reasons that the president was impeached that should have given rise to the impeachment of the president, but we want to talk about the two main ones that has caused his immediate impeachment. Others are still investigated. Reason number one, obstruction of justice and witness tampering. A, the president planted spies into the REC Special Committee investigating his government. He received recorded audios of a sworn witness testimony and leaked them to the public with the sole purpose of intimidating others who now fear what may befall them, as in the case of the vice president. B, his collaborators have followed precedents set by him to send threats to members of the committee investigating the executive. This is evidenced by Mrs. Irene Weiss threatening audio to the Secretary General of the REC. Reason number two, abuse of power and executive overreach. The president convened and presided over an illegal meeting which he coined a constituent assembly to instigate members of his cabinet to threaten and declare withdrawal of REC members investigating his wrongdoings. His executive order of 1st of February suspending the activities of the ROC is an executive overreach intended to disrupt the smooth functioning of business in the people's interests. This thereby violated Article 7.3 of the TOW, which says that the executive is accountable to the ROC. This read, again, I said there are other allegations of misappropriation with evidence, which we will come later with. We just want to give chance to the president to have an opportunity to be heard. But there are a lot of evidence tying him to some financial misappropriations. Some may come today, but some may come later. So please, we have not done this out of any hatred for the president. We are not coup plotters as others are saying outside there. We are representing the interests of the people of Ambazonia.
That comment is so simple.
Which says that we have a right to make sure that the funds donated by Ambazonians to fight this ungodly war meted on us by La République du Cameroon are judiciously and wisely used. And that is why we have gone out to investigate. It's not a witch hunt like others call. No, please, not at all. We are just presenting the interests of the people, and we are doing so with the interest, the highest interest of Ambazonia. It's not about politics, it's not about power tussle, it's not about nothing. It's just the interest of Ambazonians. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable, for that presentation. We have the next speaker to come in on these issues of on the several of the more of the other articles. Is Christopher there? I'm gonna ask him to unmute. I've asked him to. You can raise your hand.
While he's getting ready, can I have something to debunk?
Yes, Chairman, come there.
Okay, fellow Ambazonians, dear brothers and sisters, I've been to Ground 1 6 times since 2018. I've been to Ground 1 6 times. The fifth time I went, the executive, the vice president, then Comrade Abungwa, and the Secretary of State for Human for HSS, that's Dr. Tita. These two called me and asked me that I should, since I always go to Ground 0, that they're ready to, I mean Ground 1, sorry, that they're ready to sponsor my trip there. I told them, I said, listen, I was not supposed to go back then because I hadn't money. So they said, no, they sponsor my trip. Yes, they bought me a ticket. When I reach Cotonou, that's how I fly into there. Yes, I fly into Cotonou before I drive to Lagos. So I kept on calling. The money they promised to give me was not given. Finally, Dr. Tita sent 500, and later he sent another 500. So I was given 3,000. Normally, before I go for any trip, just my security alone, my feeding, my lodging. You see, 3,000 is nothing. That 3,000 included my ticket, which was 1,950. So I hear they're saying, oh, the IG sponsors my trip. No, that was the only trip they sponsored. It was just one. I'm just coming back from Ground 1. Yes, what I spent is nobody. Yes, I know. Thanks to President Sarkozy himself gave me 200 when I was going on that trip. He gave me 200, but it's not the IG did not support me. IG did not. Yes, I hear they're saying that they're the ones who send to Nigeria all the time. No, I go around. I plead to people. I organize soccer games. I raise some money. I take my njangi. Before I plan to go, as my money, I know I can sponsor my trip. So I go around begging for medication every time I go to private pharmacies. I beg for medication. I gather, and then I go give to the refugees. So there is nothing. It's just one time that the IG paid for a ticket for me, and of course I was abandoned there because I had to borrow money for my transportation, my feeding, lodging, and then I had to borrow money, and I came back and paid the loan myself. So it's one time that the IG bought a ticket for me to go to Zone 1. And again, fellow Amazonians, there's something I'd like to point out to you. The Restaurant Council requested for a slot on ABC, and they said no, Cometa does not pay CID. Cometa does not draft. One, I drafted for ABC. I don't pay CID because there's no point to be giving money, and then they're taking this money and using, and refugees are they don't have food. People are there dying, of young boys and girls are there dying, so trying to support to defend our homeland. People will have prisoners who don't have food to eat, and then will contribute money. People take this money and pocket the money. No, we don't need this. So first of all, the Restoration Council asked for a slot. You said Cometa does not pay CIA. What is the connection? Is Cometa does not own the Restoration Council. It's the Restoration Council of the Federal Republic of Amazonia asking for a slot. So you see, that's how they always try to divert. Yes, just to show that now it's so toxic how they Cometa, as if I own the Restoration Council. No, I don't. And please, fellow Amazonians, I am not there forever. No, very soon, when if order comes back to the IG, I'll be stepping down for another person to take over, a younger person to take over. Yes. Okay, Mr. Moderator, you can continue.
Before the moderator goes, Chairman, you also forgot. She said that you have been appearing with on ABS, and you forgot.
When have I been to ABS? Oh Lord. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Moderator, over to you.
Thank you.
Please, moderator, before you go ahead, there is something very important that we need to debunk here. The president, I think it was 2 weeks ago, called a meeting. We know his last letter that he put out. According to him, he suspended all the members of the Restoration Council. And according to that letter, it is based on the power that was given him by the people from a former meeting. Now, that former meeting was called by him as an emergency meeting, and it was not an LGA called meeting. And that the resolution from that letter, according to them, indicates that the LGA chairs had come together to give a voice to the president. But that letter is only having like 1 or 2 people that have signed it. The chairs did not sign that letter. The chairs have never called an enclosed or a large, assembly of LGAs. So if the president should call for an emergency meeting and then invite chairs to come in there, and those chairs find themselves in a meeting, which is chaired by the president, and then concluded that they made that decision without their signature, and they were asking the president to give a vote of no confidence. And even in that illegality, the president goes ahead to then say he is, suspending all the RC is really a pointless action. And, it is thereby of no value. And this has now caused an uproar with all these illegalities that have taken place. There is no way that they can defend what they have done. And none of those, let me not say none, most of those chairs don't have their signature on that letter that, according to the president, gave him the authority to go ahead to do what he did, which is not even supposed to dare. So let Amazonians be aware of this, that the letter of which the president is basing himself on to suspend, according to him, members of the Restoration Council has no power. It is null and void. And even that letter itself is null and void. Take it anywhere, it is null and void. I just want Ambazonians to know. And we will not tolerate that. We'll come to a position where people can stand on the TV and call the members of the Restoration Council dishonorables. This is really absurd. And even if the members of the Restoration Council were not doing their job as expected, we don't go to that level of disrespect. And I'm telling you, a time will come where all of these people will have to come to accountability. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Just a point of correction, a point of addition. No president in the world has the power to dissolve the parliament or the Restoration Council. Not in Ambazonia. I already. Is Christopher there? Is Honorable Christopher there?
Before he comes in, Mr. Moderator, can I
make him co-host?
Let him put up his hand. And while I'm doing that, while he's doing that, I want Amazonians to listen to this.
Yeah, Honorable. Can you hear me?
Yes, coming. Okay, he's here. He's here. We're happy to have him.
I was saying that before he comes in, still related to what was said, our Amazonians have to listen to this from the president himself.
He's at work right somewhere now. I think getting him is really an opportunity for. Just hold on with that. Let him come. Okay. I think he has some articles of violation that he wanted to elaborate to the people. Come in, Mr.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, just a second. Well, honorable members, the chairman of Restoration Council, the people of Ambazonia, Restoration Forces, 21 gun salute for what you are doing. We are very grateful that you are strong, and it's based on your strength that we are also not wanting to relent. So I say, if we were chosen to be here, it was because of that we could defend Ambazonia. I don't want to say much because the much has been said by other comrades. What I want to reiterate here is that this is not something which we are going to go to court, because common sense said it out. If we listen to the president's message or outing with when the Restoration Council Secretary General went on the TV, the president himself said that anyone who touches the Constitution is really is good for impeachment. I think that is out there. It speaks for itself. I think the president now would not argue that, because when he took the leaked messages from the Restoration Council, which he went out and shared it in public, that was impeachment, according to his own words. And then, secondly, just by that act alone also betrayed the nation's secret, because on oath, you cannot do that. And this is also obstruction of justice, as the other comrades have already said. So I don't think we have to elaborate so much on this, because these are facts and they are clearly seen. And the president's excessive use of power over the Restoration Council is something that no one would accept. That in any nation, there's no nation in the world where a government can ride on the House of the People, which is the Congress or the legislature. So, and we see that if I read here a brief explanation of moderators of why questions are limited to presentations with regard to a constitutional violation, the next phase come up Saturday after hearing President Sako about other charges before evidence are shown to Ambazonians and other questions. I think there's not much here because we have touched all the angles. I just wanted to say that the president had already judged himself with these 2 points, which are impeachment charges. That one which he leaked the messages out, and the one which he obstructed justice. So, honorable members, there's no much to say here than that the president himself should be guilty of the crimes that are committed, which merit impeachment. I think the best thing for the president would have been, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see it that way. And then people would have been looking that way, but he himself has judged himself and also condemned himself to impeachment. So thank you. Don't have much to say. Hello?
Yeah.
I'm done.
Thank you. And
Honorable Coordinator, can I add something just for about 30 seconds?
Yeah, giving the floor, quick. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. We don't hate anybody. The Honorable Chairman Committee has spoken that we are building strong institutions, and this revolution is going to go on. We are not building strong men. We don't hate anybody. Honorable member who just spoke, he said this matter is not going to go to court. Let me tell the Ambazonian people, we are doing this for you. We are doing this for you. It is not a few of us who are in the Restoration Council. We are prepared to go to court anywhere.
Yes.
Wherever
the
president wants, we shall be there. I wanted to make it very clear so that our people know it's not a witch hunt. It's something that he has brought on himself. And those who are supporting him, he might drown some people in jail, just like Seseko did. Let me tell you now, we are not going to leave the people's business, the Ambazonian business, fall into drain when a lot of people have died. More than 35,000 of our people have died. And we think someone can manipulate the minds of people. Those who are still supporting him, Seseko made a mistake and made people go to jail for nothing. Now, those who are behind him, prepare. This America. America, when they get 1 point, they will make more than 25 charges, and you'll be guilty on everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Epa. And can you come in just to add a word to Dr. Epa? Yes, civil court, criminal court, small claims court, Supreme Court, we are ready to meet anywhere, anytime in the United States. Come in. Yes. We'll play. Yeah, I think you have something to play for us.
Legislature makes laws. The executive implements them. And if there is a problem of interpretation, the courts or the judiciary interprets the law. You don't make the law, implement the law, and interpret the law. These three arms are separate. So all is built around the law. The Restoration Council is supposed to make the law, and we, the executive, we implement the law, including the LGs and the counties, and all of us. And the courts, where there is a problem of interpretation, it is sent to the court. It is the court that gives us the right interpretation, who is right and who is wrong. But if we are building a democracy where even when the judiciary makes its opinion or its ruling, the executive can trash it, the legislature can trample on it and say it does not matter, then that is the bad precedent I'm talking about. Because we have not understood that we don't have the right to interpret the Constitution as we want, because we are lawmakers. No, if there is a conflict, there's an interpretation problem. We want to know who is right and who is wrong as far as the letter and the intent of the law is concerned. You refer that matter to the judiciary, and their opinion on the matter is final. That in a republic like we want to build and projecting to build, whereby when the legislature makes an opinion, no matter what the judiciary says about it, is put to the trash. That's the terrible precedent. That's all I wanted to mention. Because you cannot come and say in this situation that everybody is wrong. No, you cannot. When judge passes that kind of judgment, everybody is wrong. No, somewhere in the village. Here in the state, as far as state matters are concerned, the law is our standard, is interpreted accordingly. If somebody is wrong, he's wrong. And let me say this. The worst thing for anybody who is in office is to violate the Constitution. The Constitution is your number one oath that you take to be in an office, whether you're in the Restoration Council or you're in the executive. When you read every oath of office, it is centered around the Constitution. And if you flagrantly ignore, violate, demean, and despise the Constitution, you know what? It's an impeachable offense.
Yeah.
Everybody is wrong. All of us are wrong.
Okay. So we heard it from the president himself, saying that if you...
May I hammer something?
Yes, go on the comrade, son.
Yes, a terrible president indeed. Really terrible president. And I just want to use this opportunity to ask Ambazonians, there are almost 500 Ambazonians in this town hall today. Is this the kind of Ambazonia that we are running from La Republic to Cameroon to be? An Ambazonia where a president would dissolve the parliament when the parliament opposes its wrong policies? Ambazonians should ask themselves, those who are hanging behind the president should ask themselves, even in La Republic du Cameroon, Paul Biya has the constitutional right to dissolve the parliament, but he has never attempted to do that. But we have a president that has signed an executive order with his pen to dissolve the parliament. A parliament that has jurisdiction over the executive. As we have read from the Constitution, it says the executive is subject, is accountable to the RC, to the people through the RC. But the president, who is a lesser power, takes his pen and signs an executive order dissolving the RC, which is the parliament. Is that the Ambazonian that we want? We all are here. We hail Weber for standing in La Republic Parliament and challenging the president and challenging that country. We all are here calling others hand clappers because La Republic Parliament has refused to discuss the Southern Cameroon issue. But we are here supporting President Sako to sign and dissolve the parliament with his pen, a right which he does not have, a big violation of the Constitution. We are here supporting him for planting spies into an investigative committee and leaking those audio in violation of the oath of secrecy. What are we talking here? I want Ambazonians to answer these questions with their own clear consciences. Is that the kind of Ambazonia we are building? Is that the precedence that we should set as we are building the foundation of this great and new and great nation? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable the Son. Thank you for that. Elaborate. Let's proceed. Does anybody have any presentation on this impeachment procedure discharges?
Comrade Pascal, I think we have said enough.
Okay. So I think it's time for us to allow the people to start bringing in their questions. Anybody have anything to debunk?
Pascal,
Yes.
Pascal, we want to find out from Comrade Anne. There was somebody who had some pertinent things to say about the financial abuses. Want to find out whether he's there for
financial abuse. Yes, and the people should understand that. Those financial allegations are just the list of the main charges against the current president. Remember, Seseko was impeached for forming a parallel government and trying to dissolve the Restoration Council. That's why Seseko was impeached.
The IG, the cabinet.
And the cabinet, that is an automatic impeachable offense. So that alone, nobody should be doubting. I know some people don't like it, some people have a doubt about it, but those are the facts. We cannot have this kind of Ambazonia that we are trying to see right now coming from this executive president. We cannot. So let me go ahead and let's go to the people. Thank you.
Okay, Anne, can you take care of that?
Yes, I don't know. The main person, the main speaker who was supposed to do a presentation is still on his way from the airport, and he will not be able to make it here. So since he already made this confession under oath at the Restoration Council hearing, at the Government Affairs Committee meeting, and presented some of the evidences that I shared out there, is asking if I can just go ahead and share some of the evidences, the evidence, and why he sees if he will make it here on time, but he's not yet sure. But I don't think that would be necessary because we still have another other town hall meetings coming up. So it's good that he himself does that and then present it to the people, because some people misunderstand what we present out there as coming from us. So I would like us to allow these people to present it to them, to the people themselves.
That's perfect.
Okay, so now let's go to the people. I think we have done our presentation, and there's more town hall coming meeting. Let's open the lines for questions and comments. And thank you all for being here again. This is a town hall meeting of the Great Restoration Council of the Federal Republic of Ambazonia. Let peace reign, let love and understanding reign. And thank you for being here. I will open the line now for questioning, please.
Comrade Pascal, I think there are a few people here who have personal testimonies and evidence at their disposal to present. Is that allowed? Because if yes, I will be bringing in somebody like Comrade Mike Fusi. I think he sent.
Wait. We still have to do more presentation on these things as necessary.
Okay.
What I want us to do now is to understand what the people are thinking, what they are saying, and what do they want to know right now. So if more of them come up, say show us evidence, then we might have to look somebody around. If they say talk more about this, if they say why did you do it, let's just see what now is about the people right now. Thank you.
Yeah, and comrade, we are going to focus on the presentation that's been done. So within the Constitution, those constitutional rights to the abuses and violation of power by the president that has caused this impeachment. Every other allegations are supportive, which are coming up. We're going to handle them next Sunday. So we want to entertain questions only within that scope of presentation this day. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, may I come in, please?
Yes.
Okay. We know all we want is a way forward, and Ambazonians have to decide the way forward. The Restaurant Council is just there to implement what Ambazonians want. So you can count on the Restaurant Council that anything you say, that is what will be done. That's what will be done. It's not about the executive or about the Restaurant Council. It is about Ambazonia, and the Restaurant Council represents the people, and therefore whatever the people want, that is what we have to implement. Okay, I would like to, the VC will come, the Vice Chair of the Restaurant Council, Mr. Chris Ajwa, he will continue chairing this meeting. I have a meeting with the other leaders right now, so I would like to beg permission from Ambazonians and let me go into the other meeting. So the Vice Chair will continue with me.
Mr. Chairman, I beg your pardon. Please give us 10 to 15 minutes of your time. I think there are a lot of Ambazonians here who would like to ask you a direct question, if you don't mind.
Okay.
All right. I'll open the line. John, you are asked to unmute. John, come in.
Comrade Pascal, before you unmute, do we need to remind them that they have just one minute? So if you have a question, questions, please choose the most important or try to summarize them as much as they can give you just 1 minute, because we will be timing, and at exactly 1 minute you will be muted. Otherwise, we are going to sleep here today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just have 3 suggestions, 3 points. One is that I think the Restoration Council should look into 2 things. One, try to tweak your constitution to take care of issues of resignation and presidential appointment. They should go through the Restoration Council so that we cannot have a situation just like the one Sako has taken the Restoration Council and the people of Amazonia hostage. Secondly, my second point is about um, signing deals. It should also be noted that all deals on behalf of the Amazonian people should go to the parliament. It should not be something of presidential orders so that we stop people going behind and signing deals on behalf of Amazonia without the people knowing. The Restoration Council is the Amazonia people's house, so it is the people's voice. So any deal whatsoever should be approved or disapproved by the Restoration Council. Then the third point is about um, this thing about making institutions where all institutions should be under the management and authority of the Restoration Council, so that nobody, no institution, for example, no asset of the Amazonian people should be under the command of one person, like the SACO has taken over the ABC. Now, until it's even refusing the Restoration Council to have access to it. If the Restoration Council was authority that all government departments, all assets goes under the people parliament, then SACO nor any appointee cannot sit and refuse the Restoration Council access to those facilities. Those are my 3 points. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your input. That is noted, and let's just let the people understand that these things are already there. There's a division of power. The point is sometimes we have people, sometimes we are just working on certain implementation on certain things. But thank you for that point. I'll go to, if anybody have any comment quickly, you can make it. Let's go to the next hand, is Blaze.
Madam LG, Mr. SG, let me make a key clear because Amazonians are listening and they
moderator, yes, right.
want to hear this. Am I allowed to speak?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay.
And identify it.
The TOR says that
TOR, terms of reference.
The RC deliberates on the creation of, yes, terms of reference, that the RC deliberates on the creation of relevant state institutions and draws regulations and put regulations that will govern such institutions. The ABC is not an exception. It is an institution that's supposed to be regulated by the RC. It is just funny that that particular institution that is supposed to be regulated by the RC, we denied RC the access. These are the kind of overreach of the executive that have led to this impeachment.
Thank you. Please come in. I'm going to ask you to unmute. Your hand is up. Come in, please.
Thank you, Mr.
There are so many people. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and all protocol respected. Mr. Moderator, this question goes to Dr. Epa and the rest. Dr. Epa and the chairperson, what is the role of a constitution during war? Please cite an example. What is the role of a constitution during war? Please give us an example.
Let me answer the question.
Secondly, the last question. In America, where we are, sir, if you are arrested with stolen goods, you are charged with theft by receiving. And if you are present in the commission of a crime, you are charged with that crime. Is Chris Arno and those who said they knew about a deal being investigated? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blasius, and thank you. I recognize your service from Bazonia. Come in.
Let me answer. The first question is, what did the Constitution is saying about what? Can you repeat that question?
So what's the role of constitution during time of war?
During war. Let me tell you, I know where you're driving at, because the president said, in any war that has been and will be, if it is war, it must be a dictatorship. So let me tell you, Ambazonians are not going to do that. Whether it has been or it's going to be, but Ambazonians have said during war, there will be no. Will I answer your question? Okay. The second question. What was that second question?
No, let me answer it, Dr. Epa. Let me answer the second question.
Okay.
Yeah, he asked, he talked about that we're investigating, whether we're investigating Secretary Chris. All Amazonians involved in any financial misdealings will be will be investigated. All investigations, all those who are involved with any money. That is why the Restoration Council has asked for an audit, and the Restoration Council has made it clear that all accounts should be blocked, apart from those of the LGS. All accounts should be frozen for now. So everybody that has been involved with money, yes, they will be investigated, and this house will make it known to the people. Nobody is going to go free. We are not going after Dr. Sako. No, we are going after all Amazonians that have embezzled or misused money which was meant for ground zero. Because it's shameful that our fighters don't have even just granules, common granules, they don't have. And then with all the money that is being raised, and then the money doesn't get down to them. So the Controller General of the Treasury, he resigned. Why? Because he said only one country, that is Tunja, that's the only country that could prove, yes, could hand ever a statement to it, yes, could prove that this is how money we left the treasury, this is how what we did with the money, that all the other countries are reluctant to even give him any document. The department is asking, they're not giving any documents, so he resigned. And he is prepared, yes, if we need him in this house, he will come to this house and talk and talk to the people in this house.
Chairman, can I also come again, please?
Let's be quick and brief. Is that you commenting?
That's
No,
me.
that's I have to answer part of his question because I'm the person who accepts because the government affairs committee has been doing the investigation so far. What I want to let Comrade Blasius, just like other Amazonians, to know is that the Restoration Council does not hear on social media that Secretary Chris told a consul and calls him for investigation. If you have the proof that he actually stole the consul with the evidence, and you are ready to take the stand under oath and present yourself as a witness to the fact that he actually stole that consul, you are welcome. But the RC will not base its investigations on social media allegations. So if you have the proof, even if it's the chairman commenter that stole something, no, I'm not talking to you. I'm just trying to say that
commission of crime. I'm a law enforcement officer, a commission of a crime. He said he was a witness of a crime being committed, not a consul. You are talking about something else. You're now bringing something else. Say a commission of a crime. He has knowledge of a commission of a crime, and that is the law in the U.S. You have brought in something else. Consul. I did not say consul.
Let me just
do you?
Moderator. Let me jump here. It's okay.
I already answered his question.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. He already answered, and that is good enough. You can always go get into all those stuff. But thank you for your question. Thank you for being here, Honorable Blasius. Your service to this government is well recognized. I know you personally. I'll go to Tani Leo. Tani Leo, I'm gonna send you some to unmute. Please go ahead, sir. Unmute yourself.
All right, thank you very much for giving me the floor.
You're welcome, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Don't be shy.
I just have a few points to check. I heard the chairman says he doesn't pay CID, he doesn't make CID payments because of some reason. Wouldn't it have been better for you to fix the problem so that we pay our monies and be sure they go to the right quarters and be used appropriately, rather than staying away and not paying and leaving Ambazonians in the air, not knowing that it is a bad situation and they keep paying their money and know that it will not be used the right way. That's one. The next one is the impeachment letter that went out. What I heard today here is completely different from what went out the other day. I will recommend to the Restoration Council to make sure documents they circulate are properly read and reread and reread again before they're shared outside because they are part of the conflict that we seem to be saying our people are saying these people are daggers drawn. Those papers are weapons that we don't know how dangerous they could be. So my recommendation to the RC is please read and read your document and make sure you're sending out the right document outside. Then the last, another point is, I was wondering why the impeachment letter is read before they are inviting the president to hear him. It would have been better if you had invited him before to hear him before you make your charges, because it looks like you're putting the cart before the horse. And another point, I had the fight between Sako inviting the LGAs or the chairman to come and sit down and overturn the constitution. The constitution is not supposed to be a document where somebody comes and sit and just call friends and come, we sit down and overturn the constitution. That's the land's highest law. It's not something where an impromptu meeting of friends or those you eat or drink with them come and sit down and you just write in the trash and put there and say, oh, this is this. We should know that and should educate our people. And lastly, I have to talk about the ABC. Who owns and controls ABC? There has been a problem with ABC air long. There was a moment where nothing is aired, nobody cared about it. But today, that snake that will fail to kill them came back to haunt the RC by them not having power to air on the air. It is sad that a radio owned by the state cannot be used by the state to read impeachment letters by the state institution, the powers institution, the most powerful institution in the land. That is a big problem. The RC has to find a way to be part of the control mechanism of the radio of the state, because that is our most powerful propaganda machine. If we can't have that order, we go to a private station to do that, then we are failing big time. The RC should look into that, please. Thank you very much. I hear my time.
Thank you, sir. Very good feedbacks. No, Chairman, you have any comment on that? That's not a question.
Thank you, Comrade Tani. That was thank you for the brilliant contribution. Yes,
I've written down his concern down. Go ahead.
Yes, I know the first thing he said, why that I said I don't pay CID, and he's saying why should we? Yes, okay, we hear you. We'll fix it. We'll fix it, and yes, so that we should so that he can do better. That the money should be accountable. All monies collected should be accountable to the PS to the people. So we'll fix it. Talking about putting the cart before the horse, no. The president was impeached for the violations the violations have been read here. He was not, yes, he was impeached because of those violations. Listening to him, we are listening to him concerning the financial allegations. That's why we're listening to him. So it's not, yes, he has been impeached for the violations that have been read in this house. I think, yeah, maybe you read, but Comrade Babi, you can answer because I cannot remember some of the things he said. But I mean, the floor, any Restoration Council member is allowed to answer.
Yeah, and just to clarify, the letter has been served to the president, who is supposed to present himself before the end of this coming week at the Restoration Council to be listened to on those allegations. And that's why we were not going to get into it now. We have witnesses and evidences of all those things, but we need to listen to him. That is the procedure. We really appreciate that point because many people have been holding on to that. Thank you again.
Okay, coming Joshua Mobich, you have been asked to unmute, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. My first point here is that the Restoration Council has been blaming the executive all this while, but they fail to acknowledge their own fault because Sako was given 2 years term. But at the point of 1 year, 6 months, the Restoration Council have started preparing for election to make sure if he wins, he will remain the president. But you guys, you never did that. Second point is that the other Congress read about quasi legislation. He mentioned Article 5.6, 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, and all whatnot. You have to, here, if we look at all this thing, it gives you the right to immediate removal rather than impeachment. Because when it comes to impeachment, let's face it, we are prepared for a long battle, but it's going to take time because he's still going to be in power while that battle is going on. You just need to get a lawyer. This is America. Lawyer might file for what they call discovery. It takes about 6 months or 3 months before it goes to court. They just call it. Like now, it's going to take like 3 or 4 months. Before we realize it's going to be 1 year, and people are dying on the ground. If we would have done immediate removal of office, appoint somebody, then he will be fighting the one that he cannot win. At the end, he'll be fighting the people. So basically, those are the two, for now, the two things that I need to bring on the table. Thank you.
Thanks for your contribution, sir. I was just reading something that you said down. Let me just answer this particular part about this 2-year waiting thing. I was ready to take this one. We've heard that stuff that Restoration Council waited 2 years to send the president back. We have to understand the nature of what has been happening in the past 2 years. The world lost millions of people. There was COVID-19. We don't even know if the president was going to be alive. We don't even know if I was going to be alive. We don't even know if the chairman committee was going to be alive. All of you here speaking, you didn't even know if you're going to be alive. So those were the circumstances which we were living life into. We didn't know. We could still start this process 1 and 6 months ago, but let's face the reality. Listen, this regime and this government have been very, very hostile to decent opinions. Even after the man, they said wait after 2 years, and we have rightfully waited after 2 years. If you had brought it 6 months ago, there would have been another calamity that 6 months, 2 years have not even come. You are talking about this getting out of office. Look at the resistance. Look at the problems. Look at the hatred. Look at the division. Look at the pain that is causing us right now by just bringing it up. Look at how they are fighting. So imagine if you had brought this 6 months ago. And some people even did. I have evidence to show some people that did, but they were kicked out of forum. They were attacked. They were seen as infiltrators. So that was the nature of the atmosphere that we're dealing with. And even if the Restoration Council waited 2 years, that is okay. Because the man said after 2 years, the man did not say 6 months before, after 2 years, we know that we have to work ahead of time, but the nature of the circumstances did not permit that. The atmosphere was so toxic that if you dare, look at how much fight is going on right now, even when the 2 year has come. So I had to just bring that up, and those are some of the circumstances that was surrounding it. There's not much excuse to it, but that was the reality to the situation. I'll give the floor right now to our next person whose hand is up. I'll give Ngome Kupe.
Comrade, let me clear this thing because we need to be clearing this thing because Amazon. Comrade, let me clear this thing before he comes in because a lot of Amazonians are here to listen to some of these blames.
Okay.
Yeah, go on.
People think that the RC has not been trying to put these things in place. We have called for the finance committee have called several times for the executive to present how much they have been collecting for the 20% of the 2020 and 2021 draft. To no avail, they have not come to give it, provided. We have asked how much is being collected for the CIDs. They have not been collecting it. I still pay CID now, and I encourage everybody to continue to pay, but I almost took a decision not to be paying it because they are not being accountable to the ROC as the Constitution demands. We brought Christopher Anu here to question him about the radio. To your surprise, Amazonian people, Christopher Anu did not even know who is keeping the documents of the radio. We are saying this for the record, so that Amazonians should know that we have tried with this government, and they have not been yielding as the Constitution says. There are a lot of violations that we can bring in here. They will not. They have not submitted a budget for voting. This government does not have a budget. We still vote as the Constitution requires. So these are the circumstances under which the ROC is. And it is because the executive has deliberately wanted to dominate a superior organ. So I just want Amazonians to know this. We will be clearing this as we go, so that you hear this for the first time, because this is the first town hall. Thank you.
Let me just add something to that. When Honorable Ann played the audio of the president, they mentioned about the Ethics Commission. No, not the Ethics Commission, the Judiciary Council. We are the Ambazonians. You have to understand, there are only 2 people in that commission. Only 2, the Judicial Commission. Only 2. And those
they added one, Dr. Epa. They have added one.
But they have added one. And the 2 major people have not been vetted. None of them have been vetted. Therefore, that Judiciary Council is not a void. It does not exist because they have not been vetted and confirmed by the Restoration Council. The president just appoints people, and those people are there. He does not care. According to him, the Restoration Council does not exist. So I just wanted to add to that. So the Ambazonian people, should we have that type of government, which is just like La République du Cameroon?
Worse than that.
Dr. Epa,
thank
you. Have not even...
Let's go. Please come in very quick. Let's go to the other.
Dr. Epa,
please.
This is not even the best part Ambazonians need to know. When the vice president came to us to testify under oath, he shocked us. In the 2-man judiciary, the chair of the judiciary is still the chair of the ethics commission, where Secretary Chris and others who have been charged are supposed to still appear. And the vice chair of the judiciary has about 6 cabinet positions, as was made as was unveiled to the Restoration Council. 1, he is the deputy chair of the judiciary, deputy intergovernmental advisory chair, lead prosecutor, IG spokesperson, deputy chair of a court security council, senior advisor to the president, signatory to promulgations, just to name a few. You count, that is, those are the functions of 1 person, Barrister John Sok. So what type of government are we trying to promote here? That is what we should be talking about. If this were real, if this is true, then Ambazonians, we are facing a worse La République in the making.
All right, thank you all for your input. Please come in. Your hand is up.
Okay. All right. Well, good evening, guys. Thanks so much for this opportunity once more to be with you all. I appreciate every effort you all are putting in from the Restoration Council and to the organizers of this council hall meeting. However, it's really important for us to note certain things that have been going on with this. The impeachment of Sako is very impressive to us, but the thing is, the Restoration Council needs to be implementing and enforcing regulations properly. From what Dr. Epa is saying to us, Sako and his entire government have been failing and violating the constitution without any repercussions. So I don't know what exactly the Restoration Council is enforcing there. So at this point, we've called on Sako. Sako has been impeached. Sako being impeached, you will see the propaganda is taken out there because they have impeached Sako, and we are still saying that Sako is the president. Sako has to be taken off office. We don't have the proper infrastructures to take Sako to court or whatever. We can't be wasting time. Why he goes out there and be bringing propaganda and destroying people's mind? He can't give us ABC. So we need to call in an election as soon as possible, put an interim government that will counter all these things, and we face Sako with another new government. Because we can't just sit down here another 3 weeks come by, 4 weeks come by. You all see the propaganda on social media. I know how social media is so destructive with people's mind. That's what he's playing. And why is he doing that? Because he has the money. He has the money. He controls. He has taken everything. The coffers are empty. And we're encouraging people to still be paying all this levy and all these things. Please, Restoration Council, we really have to go back to the table. We need think tankers in Southern Cameroon to come up with a better constitution that will protect us and relieve a lot of power from the president and give more power to the Restoration Council and the people of Ambazonia to decide on certain issues. We can't continue to let this happen in the near future. And the Restoration Council, I'm blaming you. However, please come up with a new president. We need somebody that will counter Sako at this moment. The guy is becoming very dangerous. He can't relieve us on TV. You go around there, private conversation going here and here, all sorts of things, destroying people's mind as if people are going against him for a particular reason. Nobody hates Sako. That guy has betrayed us from MTTV. We gave him an opportunity till now. So we have to really do something as quick as possible to instill an interim government for the moment, even if it's next week or whatever. We need to do that. That will stand as a president and stop all this and try to counter all these things. So people will focus on him and stop focusing on Sako. You can't tell us if impeach Sako and we say we should be respecting him. He's still our president. My brothers, we don't have a constitution that we don't have an infrastructure to really handle all these things properly. So we move and perfect our union in a better way as we move on. We become wiser and intelligent, so we don't become victim of our presidents next time when we do come into situations like this. That's my advice. So let's get a new president as soon as possible to counter Sako. Negativity is spreading all over social media. So that's what I have to say. Thank you very much.
Correct.
Yes.
Dr. Eba, can you keep your eye on the time, please? So that we make sure everybody has 1 minute.
Election modalities in place, and we have given that the Restoration Council voted for a mandate that will put in that prepare after 6 months. Listen, this thing is, if we have to take it to the courts, that is going to be okay. We already said that earlier. Our people are not going to be distorted because of the Restoration Council, because of the executive branch, because of one man, one woman, all this kind of stuff. If we have to find it to the U.S. Supreme Court, whatever, that is how far we are willing to go with this. But they all do. We need to respect our institution and the information of our institution. This just be out there. This is not tough talk, but this is just a message of understanding to our people. We are ready to take this as far as we can for the greater good of our people. I'll have the next Oliver Asa, your hand Fontem LG. I'm gonna unmute you. Please come in very fast, sir.
1 minute, please. 1 minute.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I have 3 important points to make. The first one is I hear in the report the articles of impeachment. I hear about a misappropriation, and I wanted to ask whether there was also a look into embezzlement, because those are can I?
Please mute those people.
There's so much noise. I can.
Just wait. I'll mute everybody, and then you'll be asked to unmute. Leave your hand up.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. You can go on.
All right. Okay. So I was asking that embezzlement and misappropriation are 2 different things. Misappropriation is when you take money given in public office and use something in another public office or something else. Embezzlement is when you take public funds for personal use. So I want to know whether the RC investigated and made a distinction between. That is point number 1. Point number 2. Concerning the impeachment, I know we have a precedent. The rule of law of this, what is known as the stare decisis, which is Latin for "let decided things stand." Means that President Ayok Tabe was impeached, which is precedence. So, which means that Dr. Sako being impeached, apart from financial improprieties, it means that we go at president, then we don't even need to hear from him, which is impeachment, of course, is a removal proceedings, which means that we are supposed to have a caretaker government to manage the affairs until when elections are conducted. Point number 3, concerning the 3 arms of government, where we have the legislative, the judiciary, and the executive, I know that 2 are functional. The judiciary branch is not. Reading the Constitution, what is there, what is imprinted there as the Judiciary Council is not the judiciary branch of government. That government in that particular council in the Constitution says is part of the executive bureau, and that the president gets to appoint people there. So that is not an independent arm of government as it's supposed to be in a judiciary. So I think when we revise the Constitution, we need to include the judicial branch, and which we have, which will complete the 3 arms of government to include the ROC, which is the legislative branch, the judicial branch, and then the executive. So those are the 3 points that I had to talk about here. Thank you. Over.
Thank you for sharing. Ni, your hand is up. I've asked you to unmute. Go ahead. Ni, go ahead.
Okay, good evening. Good evening to all the honorables in the house. My only question is on the way forward. I know that all of these have happened and we have accusation here and there, but our people on the ground are dying. So my question is, what is the way forward? What are we doing to make sure that the boys who are fighting on the ground, they are united, they get whatever they need, and they push the fighting to, the ultimate end that we all want. Another thing is that we see a lot of things happening on the ground about uh, some of the boys who are purportedly our boys torturing our own people. How can we make sure this doesn't happen? We have to be very careful with all of these things to make sure our people don't, go out of, lost interest in this revolution. Thank you.
Can I just answer that right quick? If anybody wanted to come in, first of all, let me just say this: the part of the torture boils down there, the division, uniting this government, making things stable. That is the job of the president. That is the job of the executive branch. This division that we're having right now, like this almost fraction that we're having this interim government, that is his job, to put everybody together, not to split them. The calamity and the pain and all those atrocities you are seeing, that is his job. That's their job. And we've seen so much of it. We can say that that's incompetent. And that's one of the charges. All those things are incompetent on his part. But the way forward, we're dealing with a cunning regime and some cunning individuals whom we can be argued that I don't know if some people have conscience, but the way forward is still is modeled. There are some things that needs to be thought through and before publicized, so that we don't cause other disruption, all that kind of stuff. We're dealing with very cunning people. Just take, for example, we have this Restoration Council town hall meeting today. The president and his crew, they have gone and scheduled another parallel meeting on the same day. You see, just to make sure that some people don't get this information. Why will you do that? That is not even ethical. Coming from a president of a nation, given all that is happening, you are creating a parallel meeting. Is that not like Republic style? So these are the things that we are facing, and it is challenging. It's going to take wisdom. It's going to take courage. It's going to take understanding, and it's going to take an enormous know-how and knowledge to put things in place. And all that is being worked on, and we shall prevail. And I really hope that all of us, including him, come to understand ourselves and live as one and work to defeat this enemy in our homeland for the greater good of our people. Tata Bako, please, yeah, I'm going to unmute you. Please come in. Tata Boka.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Chairman, Mr. Moderator, all protocol duly observed. To me, I don't even see any reason why we are hitting our heads up and down for nothing. Seseko was impeached because he created a parallel government. And that same act has been committed. The other charges, as far as I'm concerned, can even be kept aside, and the social council and the Amazonian people work on that and kick him away. We are being derailed on no good grounds. He has gone against the law of the land, so he has to go. There's no point going with Marolin with words here and there. No need. He has to go. He has gone against the law. Let him go. What Seseko was impeached for is the same thing he has done, so he should also be impeached. If we can do that for coffee, we should also do that for cocoa. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thanks for your feedback. Dr. Fidelis.
Before you go
come
to...
in, I'm going to ask you to unmute. Oh, Does
Yeah,
anyone
please,
have a comment?
before you go, please. I just want Ambazonians to understand that the Restoration Council is working hard on this subject. Please do not think that we are silent, especially at this moment. There's a lot that is going on. There's a lot that's being discussed, and there will be outcomes. So do not think that it's just going to be we're just going to be quiet. Nothing's going to happen. No, we cannot say much at this stage. But you need to understand that we are working, and we're trying our best to see what to do that which is right. So do not think that things are just going to be quiet for the next couple of weeks ongoing. And no, there are going to be actions that will be taken. So I just want to assure Ambazonians about that.
But 1 second, Mr. Moderator, please, just 1 second, please. Let me add something there. 1 second, please.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, from it is just an observation. I am bound to believe that our money that Sako has kept, he can let Amazonians think about this. He can take that money and start building something to fight us in the nearest future. Let's be thinking on that. So, which means we should do everything we can within our reach to make sure we retrieve whatever he's keeping for us. Else, we are going to start fighting another battle with him again. That money with him can still bounce back and bite us.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you for that. Thank you for that feedback. Fear, worry, and doubt. We shouldn't act on based on fear, worry, and doubt. In peace and confidence is a strength. We should not react and make decisions based on our fear and our worry and our doubt. In peace and confidence is our strength. That is that are along the parameters which we are working on. And Mr. Thank you for your feedback, and all of you that are here. You are really you are really welcome to this Restoration Council Town Hall meeting. Let peace, let love, and understanding reign. Miss Dr. Fidel is coming at Tianjong. Come in, sir, please.
Okay. To the chairman of the Restoration Council and honorable members of the House, protocol duly respected. I have some issues here that which I wish to raise. First of these issues is I heard honorable members, you were trying to disclaim or disassociate yourself from letters that have been written out there. I just wish that you debunk the letter that was sent out by one ethics committee, which is made up of the president's appointees. So could you tell ambassador, state to ambassador, what authority has the ethics committee got to debunk or to criticize the decision that was taken by the Restoration Council? My second point is that did you conduct a roll call of members of the Restoration Council? Because I know that we Amazonians were invited today for a town hall meeting, which was agreed within the Restoration Council, and I can see that not all members of the Restoration Council are here for reasons that they are somewhere else in other meetings or attending other meetings called by the president. So, you cannot be a leader in somebody's house when you cannot control your own house. Have you taken the necessary steps to assure all these members who are dancing from one place to another to understand their rights and their ability to exercise their own civil duty to Ambazonians by judging and serving or voting according to their consciences? Have you done that? And then the third point is that we have a lot of our boys, our people suffering. Our people are suffering within this period of stagnation. A lot of bad things are going to happen in Amazonia. And we are all fighting here in the diaspora for these people to enjoy, to these people to have their freedom, to have the peace that they deserve. So what are we doing to actually expedite that government is put in place so that these people we can start doing something. We can start doing something in order to better their conditions. Those are my concerns. I rest my case. Thank you.
Um, can
Dr.
I
Fidelis, yeah,
can I
yes,
can I
yeah,
question?
Mr. Epa, you can just comment on that.
Okay. Other honorable members have responded to this question. And I said, The other honorable members who are not here, basically there are about 7 of them who wrote a letter, distancing themselves from the resolutions which were made in the House of the Resolution Council. We know them. They might not be here, they are somewhere else. Well, I mentioned that if any LGA withdraws their members, not all members come from the LGAs in the Resolution Council. Some of us come from the resolution. Some of us come from the LGAs. We will revise the list of the Resolution Council. We actually want every LGA to send their own representatives in the Resolution Council to represent their own LGAs. But if they decide not to come, a few who are still there are not going to stop working for the Ambazonian people. We will continue to work for the Ambazonian people. This is a struggle, a problem, a war that was brought to us without us knowing. And a few of us, people have volunteered their own money, their own time to do the job for us, realizing our people on ground zero and those in refugee camps, those in prisons, different prisons, how they are suffering. More than 35,000 of our people have died. So what do we do? Are we going to stop because a few members have decided to leave based on the order that has been done by the executive? No, we are going to continue to do the work. The second point is that of what we are going to do. We are going to act fast. I know the Honorable has just spoken in a very soft term, and he has tried to make sure that what we are trying to do here now is to make sure that the executive, especially the president, know that we are working with him. It is he who says that he has employed people and therefore they are working for him. Nobody is working for anybody here. Even if you had your own organization and you employ people, don't say they are working for you. That is what Trump did, and Trump failed. Anybody you employ, even in your own organization, that person is working for that organization. It's not working for you. He is working with you for that organization. We have to remember that. So we are going to act fast. We have not been sleeping. We are holding meetings, regardless whether some are there or not, because we are not going to let down the people of Amazonia. Thank you very much.
And let me add to that quickly with Dr. Epa. From Dr. Fideli's question, from what I understand is that what he's also trying to say is that where are the other Restoration Council members that are supposed to be in support of this action? Come here, you should be here, all this kind of stuff. I want to make sure that we all understand that not everybody in the Restoration Council or in the Parliament or in any judiciary proceeding like this, any Congress, not everybody is going to be in aligned with whatever disciplinary action you take against a government official, a president, a vice president, or chairman of restoration. Not everybody is going to be in aligned with that. And they have their discretionary powers not to participate in some of those kind of hearings, So it's just the majority. When the majority have seen that this is not right and we have to do the right thing, those are the people that always kind of shows up. There are some people that will never see anything wrong with the president. There are some people that will never see anything wrong with the chairman of the Restoration Council. There are some people that will never see anything wrong with you. There are some people that will never see anything wrong with me. So that is just the nature of, it's not a problem, but that is just how society works. The irony is that in the executive branch, under Mr. President and his team, when you are from your LG, you are not aligned with their policy, you are not in support of this method, this thing, the coerce people, the pressure people that you are against you are going this is a problem. But not every LG can practically agree with the policies of the leader, the commander in chief. Not every Restoration Council member can practically agree with the chairman of the Restoration Council, the agenda he throws on the table. So these are just natural phenomena that happen that we just need to reason through it. But we take it, make it like problem, and we start call people betrayal, black leg, this and that, this and that. And just that poor judgment, that poor way of assessing things is very prominent with this regime. And that is why it's causing us a lot of problems. So don't feel bad that where are the other people, this and that. No, the majority of the quorum of the Restoration Council have taken a decision, and that's okay. That is how a country is run. That's how a company is run. That's how a business is run. That's how a society is run. So, thank you for that input, and thank you all for being here. I'll go to NS. I'm going to unmute you now. Please come in, Mr. Shea. Your hand is, you have been asked to unmute, ask your question or comment. Shay, you have been asked to unmute. NS Shay.
Oh. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, 5 on 5.
Okay, sorry. Okay. I've heard the Restoration Council issues that they have raised, and I have a little bit worry about our constitution, because I just wish to ask, can the Restoration Council nominate somebody and send to the president, that president put this person on this post? Or it is the president that nominates somebody and send to the Restoration Council to do the background check of that person? If the background check is good according to the Restoration Council, they approve. If the background check of that person is not good, they say, no, we don't want this person, and then the president will go and change that person. Does our constitution allow us to go that far? Secondly, I want to know about the Restoration Council, because for the last year, it was as if there was no Restoration Council. I just want the Restoration Council, maybe they are said to come to that. I just want to know the resolutions that they have solved as far as the problem of Chris Ano is concerned. Because Chris Ano went with a problem. And then after Chris Ano left the government and said it because of discontinuity of the government. And then he left and opened his own TV. The resolution of impeachment, everything about the Restoration Council is being discussed on that other TV, not on the state TV. So the Restoration Council has been hijacked by a private TV at the expense of Amazonian population. Does the issues concerning Restoration Council be discussed on a private personal TV instead of the national TV? Can somebody help me explain this thing? Because last Chris Ano has hijacked a Restoration Council. He feeds them as like somebody feeding a child, open his mouth and put food on either you must swallow. If it is that way, the Restoration Council should be discussing issues of the government on the state TV, not on the private personal TV, that we don't know the source of the income of that TV. We have TV. That's what I want us to understand. So Restoration Council, help me understand this point that I've raised. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I handle this?
Mr. Shea, I'll have them others answer your question. And
Can I handle this, please?
yes, come in.
Yeah.
Thank you, Shea, for your input. Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Uncle B. Atewe Bruno. I sit in that council. All protocol respected. We are glad that all of us are here today, and you guys came. Actually, the question that just came from my comrade there is a far-reaching question. I'll take it a little bit back. When we were with SCBC, the reason for which we create ABC, because SCBC requested for whether at any time the government want to come to SCBC, they should put him a request. And it was supposed to be, if the government is coming in with an emergency, any other program that was running should be suppressed for the government to send out the emergency. And that was not being done. That's why we left ABC and created, we at SCBC and created ABC. To go to my comrade's question,
If you heard from the opening, it was stated that we demanded, as a sort of emergency, from ABC. Maybe you came a little bit late. The first of all, they said, why are we requesting ABC when the chairman of the council goes back to ABS? And the chairman of the council has never been to ABS. They refused. They said, we're going to give us in 24 hours. They would deliberate and consult certain quarters, and then they'll get to us in 24 hours. And we had an emergency too. Then we had to go to the alternative, which all is important here, ladies and gentlemen, is to talk to the Ambazonia people. The government channel is there when we go there, and they don't seem to give us the way and the other, the ability to go and talk to Ambazonia people. We get to somewhere to do it as an alternative. Even today, and if a slot was demanded from ABC, we never had any answer. So what do? Should we just stay quiet and don't do anything? We have to look for another means to reach out to the Amazonian people, to sell the story to them, to let them know what is happening. That's why we went to ABA, because we were not given the opportunity to go to ABC. We had to look for an alternative route to go to talk to Amazonian people. That's what we knew this question was going to come up. And we are sensitive, ladies and gentlemen. We know we have a government channel. We cannot go to the private channel. First of all, we went to government channel. But when we ask for a space on government channel, and they wouldn't give it to us, what do they expect us to do? That's why we went to ABS. Secondly, I want to say something that I want to highlight something here. Sometimes people think that, Secretary Chris created a radio station or is on the Restoration Council, is on the payroll. There's a policy in the Restoration Council. We don't care where that information is coming from. We look but for the material, and if there's something like, if we have the way to redact where that information is coming from, we'll do so that we look at that information from a neutral point of it. We don't react because of somebody or somebody. We react with the Amazonian people right in front of us, and not everywhere you come from. We are here for Amazonia. So if something can someone said, they went to the Restoration Council, how much can you buy a body like that to sing your song? But we know that when the majority is somewhere, we move on. And that's why it answers the question of that some people, some people are somewhere or are here. So long as the majority is here, it's a normal human situation. We'll always go along with it. Thank you so much, I'm sure the question to my friend is answered. Thank you.
No, let me answer another part. He talked about the case that Secretary Chris Anu brought to the Restoration Council. In fact, we're trying to resolve that issue. We had already made 2 motions, which passed. The first one was brought by the Secretary General that the Ethics Commission, based on the Constitution, has 7 members, and that we should, and it's supposed to be neutral, a neutral organization, a neutral body, but that it was not happening, and accordingly, we have to reiterate, quoting the Constitution, that it has to be independent. And the second part of that motion was that all the 7 members of the Ethics Commission, except those who were already vetted and confirmed or vowed, as we call it, that the rest should be sent. We should ask for the president to send them to be vetted and confirmed. That was the Secretary General who brought that motion. The second motion was that Secretary Chris and Under Secretary Madame Aringwa should be suspended for 60 days, and 2 of them must make sure that they meet and they reconcile and come to ABC and tell the Amazonian people that they have reconciled. We were bent on that, to speak to each one of them separately for them to accept that. Because that motion was not supported by our Secretary General. The two motions, the two motions passed. She never sent them out. And people thought that we would be in meetings for 8 hours, 6 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, and nothing was being done. I want to make it very clear here. And other members of the RSC who are here can confirm what I'm saying. So, fellow Ambazonians, we have been having a lot of issues even within the RSC. But as all these things are being exposed to you, you now know that a few of us who are there, as we are here right now, are bent to making sure that we serve the Ambazonian people with all our hearts. Thank you very much.
I would like to chip in, please, if you don't mind.
Yes.
This topic. Yes, we have been talking about. Some people have been talking about a coup plotters. But if you look at it seriously and you analyze it, it is the president and the executive who have been bent for a while to actually carry out a coup against this government, and especially against, well, for whatever reason, against the entire government, to ruin it completely, and also to ruin the Restoration Council. If you look at the things that have happened between the local government areas and the counties, when decisions are made and sent to the president, and the president takes those decisions and changes them and comes up with his own orders or his decree, as is done in French Cameroon. Ruling by decree. If ruling by decree is not dictatorship, what is it? So we should also look at stuff like that. Take another example where the president went and announced that there is a vice president. Normally, if he had done it correctly, he would have said, we have a vice president nominee, not a vice president already functional. Even when the whole Zoom meetings, that so-called vice president functions as if he has been vetted and vouched for or confirmed by the Restoration Council. So who essentially is planning, is doing the coup? If we talk about a coup plotters, who are the people doing the real coup plotting? Is the president and the executive and people within his executive, maybe some of them, but not all, who are actually involved in this coup plot. Essentially, they are trying to ruin the Restoration Council from all angles, take over the government, and then do whatever they want to do, for whatever reason or for whatever purpose agenda that they have. I'm going to talk a little bit about ABC. The Restoration Council, being the body that it is, should have that prerequisite to go to ABC Amber TV and say, look, whatever you have for programming, we want you to stop programming and give us a slot, whether it's 30 minutes, 1 hour, to make a special announcement. But now the executive, that voice of Ambazonia, ABC, Amber TV, has been hijacked by the president and the executive or his team, certain members of the executive branch, and they have turned it into a personal propaganda machine that they can use against the Restoration Council and whoever else that they think it's against them. Is that what Ambazonians want? Is that how we want to run this country? A country that is based on nothing but dictatorship, control, manipulation, and things like that. It's like you can't even say anything, open your mouth and say anything without them describing you or giving you names like coup plotters, while they are the people doing the real coup plotting. to ruin the government. Talk about other stuff that people may say, okay, let's investigate. When all these things are happening and ground zero is suffering, our people are dying. They're fighting and dying, and they look at how the whole thing, the executive branch has turned the whole government into disarray. How do you think that is conducive to the search for our freedom and our independence? How does that help? It doesn't help at all. That is something that I wanted just to add on what we have been talking about. Thank you.
Yes, Tommy, thank you for that. We're gonna go to the next hand. Listen, some people are angry that we are here. Some people are angry that some of us are here. But we need to be here for the greater good of our people. We need to stand up to all these things. This is not why we came here to fight. It doesn't take a rocket science to know that the executive branch, the president, they are deliberately sabotaging and coup plotting against the Restoration Council. Look at this today. A good example, just look at this meeting. We have a town hall meeting scheduled for today. Why do you go ahead and schedule another parallel meeting on the same day, on the same time? You have 6 days a week. You can every Thursday you used to hold your own lava storm and all those kind of meetings. Why today? Why on this same? Why today? Is that an ethical thing to do? Is that the Ambazonia we want? Is that the kind of country we want? We want people with high moral turpitude. That is what these people say. High standard of morality, especially from our president and our leaders. This is not right, and I'm not going to ponder on it anymore, but I'll let the people continue to speak for themselves. Mr. Ephraim Menemo, your hand is up, you are next, and next we'll go to Methuselah. I'm going to ask you to unmute. Thank you for being here, you all. May God bless you. Ephraim, you have been asked to unmute. Please do so.
Okay, thank you, honorable members. Thank you, fellow Ambazonians. There is this, I'm from Menemo, and there's this case in Menemo, whether by some accident or by design, whereby we have 2 members at the Restoration Council. One was voted and one had been existing. So the situation now is under the influence of Dorosako and Aringwa. Some people were able to tell that I disagree with the president on a number of issues. And they thought that the best thing for them to do is to decamp. So they decamped. They are forming some other renegade group somewhere. I don't know what they call themselves. Now, this particular group has, I don't know what membership, but the 2 Restoration Council members go with that group. I have made several efforts to ask the Restoration member that we voted in Menemo questions about his status as Restoration Council. I started asking these questions when I heard that an order has been passed by, I don't know, the person who passes for LGA for county chair in Mogamo, that all of them were withdrawn, all in Momo. And then they were not there at the Restoration Council meeting or the vote. So I've been trying to have from them, did you withdraw from the Restoration Council? And if they did, and in the case of what we see as a vacancy, I know there's an order from the Restoration Council which we have been respecting, that all elections be frozen. But in this particular case where somebody has been seen as having withdrawn from the Restoration Council, from the body he was sent to, can we be given the permission to go ahead and replace that person? Again, let me emphasize that he has basically refused to answer my questions. But it can be seen, it can be argued that he has withdrawn. So if that argument stands, can we be authorized, in spite of the order to freeze elections, can we be authorized to replace him? Thank you. And one more thing, please. The Restoration Council, there are a number of things that the Restoration Council needs to change. You do not give authority to one dissenting member, one person who is disgruntled with a decision supported by the majority. You give that person the power to choke
the rest of the members. Dr. Lobati has effectively been controlling when things are issued from the Restoration Council and which ones at all are issued. This is a very, very bad case. I know we are still learning, we are growing, but something should be done about it immediately. Thank you.
Comrade, let me just say something there. The comrade has said something which is very important. I would like to say one thing. There were two motions that were made on the day of the impeachment. One was to frozen the bank accounts, the federal bank account, anything from the treasury and the counties. And this motion was brought to the floor by the Secretary General. But when it came for voting, she did not vote. I've never seen that in any legislation that have been. You bring a motion, it is seconded, supported during the election to vote. You decline to vote, and the motion passed anyway. Then when the other motion came to impeach the president, then they ran out with a group of people. That is the sabotage that we are talking about. We just want the Ambazonian people to understand what we are going through in the Restoration Council. But we are going to fix it. There's no one above this revolution. None. This revolution belongs to the Ambazonian people, 8 million people. Many have died. Our people are suffering. Even those who are alive now, their businesses are gone. And we sit here and begin to play that of games. It is sad indeed. Thank you. Someone else can say something.
Let me just clarify something, please. We have had some skillful sabotage in the Restoration Council by the so-called mentioned lady, but I just want to make this clear, please. If somebody don't want to vote for the impeachment of a president and they leave there, I just want to correct. I don't think that's what Dr. Epa meant. If somebody don't want to vote for the impeachment or the disciplinary action of the president or anybody, and they leave a meeting, that is not a crime. It's their right. So I just want Ambazonian to know that, okay? I just want Ambazonian to know that. And in the case of Dr. Lobati, I've been hard on her on some things, but in all fairness, the letter that was supposed to go out, that was supposed to resolve the problem between one of our two heroes in our revolution, Secretary Chris and Ma Irene, that letter, there was a delay in going out that letter. Though I know she have delayed some documents going out, I hate to say this, but I really want Ambazonian people to understand that, and she can defend herself if she wishes to any other time. But there have been some delays going out, and for evidence so that it was willfully delayed for whatever reason we don't know, maybe for the right reason, maybe for the wrong reason, but she have done that. But that letter didn't go out because the events changed so much that fast that the Restoration Council had to recess again to address certain things. So, like when the verdict came out, it didn't take long. Mr. Secretary Chris felt the need to go and open his own TV station, and we couldn't stop him. That's his right. He had to do that, and then so many things. Then he exit himself from the cabinet forum. So all those things. So there were a lot of things that changed during that time. So just to test some records straight. But however, Restoration Council had a lot of problems sending out messages because of some willful, unprofessional delays that happened because of some particular individuals. I will have Mr. Methuselah on mute. If any Restoration Council member have a comment on this, please just
yes, just for the record. That day we had 3 motions. The first was a motion of the chairman to republish. So we've always omitted that. We always talk of 2 motions: the one to freeze the account, the impeachment motion, and the one to republish the letter that the chairman sent out, mistakenly leaving the name of the Government Affairs Committee under, which was misunderstood as coming from a committee. So the House voted. That was the first motion. The House voted, and it passed. Before the one that the Secretary General, Dr. Lubati herself tabled, and she was the only one who did not vote. Vote, and she said she had to abstain for personal reasons. So just to be clear.
Thank you. Methuselah, comment. You have been asked to unmute.
Okay.
And
I think everyone can hear me.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. I want to say Happy New Year to all Southern Cameroonians. This is me, Sama Thomas. Before I go on with what I want to say, I've been following the chat column, and there are some guys there that are really getting to our nerves. One is Napoleon, and the other one is one guy who called himself Amber Knight. I want to think that I know who Amber Knight is, and I propose that the moderators should get these two people out, for they are not good for this struggle at all. Thank you. If people have been following me well for the past 2 years, I was the one who started, I'm one of the first who started to say that Dr. Saku is a dictator, because I discovered him long ago as a dictator, and I started pointing out exactly where he was failing. Unfortunately, for my fellow comrades, they demonized me and gave me all manner of names. Those names never changed me for anything. But I want to remind all of us seated here now that the purpose of this IG, when we convene everybody in this struggle, or all the leaders in this struggle here in Belgium in March 2017 and April, it was to unite all actors in this struggle for us to talk like one man. When I reminded the IG and draw their attention to this paramount purpose of the IG, Dr. Sako as an individual was a stumbling block to any unity, to any means of reconciling our brothers that have been disgruntled with a lot of things to see that we work together. When I draw people's attention for the fact that the international community is pleading on Southern Cameroonians to come together, people never listen to me. And I want to say that if that was the case, and we want to move forward and go to Boya as soon as possible, we should know how to coin our language, to plead to one another for us to unite our efforts so as to go to Boya. But the stumbling block that had been our canker worm for this long cannot repair the damage which he had caused us for the past 4 years. We should take that into consideration. Thank you all.
All right, thank you for your contribution. I'll ask the next speaker now, Joe, to come in. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. This is Restoration Council Town Hall first Zoom meeting. We are 23 minutes above the hour. Please ask your questions and comments, make them brief, under 1 minute. We have a lot of hands up, and we really need the people to express their mind. Thank you for being here, and may God bless you. Joe, go ahead, speak, please.
Hey, good evening. This is Joe from Germany.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I have just a short question to ask the people.
Sure, go ahead.
After this town meeting, what next? Because I don't think the Amazonians are prepared to be holding town meetings every day, and we are still under this cacophony of, I don't know how I can put it. Should we immediately have a new government instead of holding town meetings while the struggle is getting worse and worse? Should we do that? And the second point I want to is just something like a remark. Should the Restoration Council try to be proactive They should not come after. They should not come to be fixing problems. They should be proactive. They should see the problems first before the problems solve. Okay, that's all I want to say. Have a good night.
Any member want to take that quickly?
I didn't hear that question very well.
He was asking that after this meeting, what next? I mean, the procedure for removal of office is also something that needs to be processed. But what next? Should we just sit there and wait? That's what was his concern.
Okay. The Amazonian people, you are honorable members that are working for you, who have been meeting and trying to strategizing what we have to do right now. Within the shortest possible period, because the strategy of the president is that he will get a few hand clappers from the LGAs and the county to go and sit in Washington, so-called ASE, and then they will say, oh, Restoration Council is maybe to reduce the power. That is not going to happen. That strategy is dead on arrival. We want to make you and the Ambazonian people know that anything can happen from now. We're just trying to be very respectful that we're in a revolution. With this behavior, if we're already on ground in Boya, there would have been already a civil war. There would have been very serious, a lot of people would have been killed because of the actions of this president. So I want to we of the Restoration Council want to assure you that decisions will be made very fast. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Epa, for that. No, that is really true. This is very frightening. People would have been killed. A lot of people. So let's take it serious. But let's keep a cool head. Let's don't operate in fear, worry, and doubt. Like I said, in peace and strength in peace and confidence our strength. Let's keep a cool head and let's try to see how we can fix it together. Marcelo, please, you have been asked to unmute. Come in, sir. I don't know if that's a boy or girl. Marcelo, unmute.
Thank you. My name is Marcelo. I'm the vice chair for Norway. My question, one is an accusation. The Restoration Council is aiding and abetting stagnation of the revolution. Why? If it is good for Sisiko, why is it bad for Sako? You took 14 votes in just 24 hours. Sisiko was removed for forming a parallel government. Sako has teared down the Restoration Council and has made a presidential order. Dr. Epak is not referring to it as an act. He's saying they are thinking a strategy. It's an act of presidential order signed by him. Yes. No, it's a Dr. Epak. He has signed it. He has signed it. It is there. It is not something that is a reference document, which means it has to trigger an automatic removal from office. Not only just an impeachment vote, but an automatic removal. Because if it is good for Sisiko, why is it not good for Sako? That's my question. Now, why will you allow the Restoration Council should be proactive? I'm glad somebody raised it up. Raise it up because you see the revolution is getting stagnated. People are confused, and I think as people representing the grassroots or all Ambazonians, you have to see it by yourself and feel it by yourself and take an immediate action because you set the precedent with Sisiko. So don't change that precedent to favor Sako. You favored Sako with 14 votes to bring him to power. So you guys should go back to work because you set a bad precedent and you must follow that precedent to move Sako from office. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your feedback. I will go to listen, everybody. Feel free to ask your question. Ask the hard question. Be hard on the Restoration Council. be nice on the Restoration Council. It's your freedom. That is the Ambazonia we want to be. So thank you all for being here. And yeah, Mr. Jackson.
Honorable Coordinator, just one
Are you to comment?
second.
Okay,
Yes,
please,
just
let's make it fast. Okay.
Yes, I've been looking through the chart. There are people who are still confusing the Ambazonians. According to them, I went to Cameroon to run for some elections in 2018. I have explained this on ABS 2 times. I went to Cameroon in 2007 when all the chiefs in my area, Lowambo, invited me to come and run for that election. I accepted. I ran for the election. Unfortunately, the lady I paired up with from Bangam local government area did not do well, and our list became the second. I came back to the United States. On 2008, I went back to Cameroon in December, and I came back mid-January 2009. Since then, I've not gone to Cameroon. I don't know where this nonsense is coming from, that I have been going to Cameroon, and there are two people who are putting it in that chart that should go and be in La Republique because I went for election in 2018. That is false. They can ask Nguti, they can ask even some of my friends where I am in Chicago. They know that I've not gone out since 2009. I hope that settles the matter. Thank you very much.
Point noted. Jackson, come in. Your hand was up. You have been asked to unmute.
Thank you. You're doing a great job today.
I hope so. God bless you.
Yes,
Go ahead.
you are.
Yeah.
Yes, this is Jackson, the former chair for Momo. I have about 2 questions and a clarification. One of the caller, maybe the first caller mentioned something about Secretary Chris, that he committed a crime. And I expected somebody or the Restoration Council to comment on that, but they didn't. I know there's so much in your plate. Secretary Chris saw a means to fund our revolution. He brought it up. That is not a crime. We want to fund this revolution however we can. We're doing our best. The crime is when he brought it up and the powers that be sat on it and took out everybody that was supposed to be involved in that negotiation. So let us have it very clear today, because people come here called to make people look bad. No, it's not a crime to look for means to support this revolution. Let's set that aside. Could you please clarify this house today, because this is an opportunity for this house to know what is you vet and you vouch, because if the president went out there with a series of audios trying to discredit the work of the Restoration Council, and I believe that the Restoration Council should do more with your PR. Your PR is that you educate Ambazonians. So could you guys tell Ambazonia what is the vet and vouch? And as such, the follow-up is that what is happening to the recent nominees that the president has done? Can the Restoration Council come out with clear terms? I know that there have been difficulties getting communiques out of the Restoration Council. Can you guys make sure that you educate Ambazonian on this thing with communiques that are precise? But again, I will vouch on you that we are doing this job as part-time. So there is so much in your plate, and you guys are doing this, and you still have your families, you have your jobs and other stuff. So please pardon us for putting so much pressure on you, but we accepted to get into this revolution. It is getting at a very spinning position right now, and the Restoration Council, so much is demanded of you. So why we feel sorry for you guys, we still want that you guys help us get out of this quagmire. And the issue of the TV, everybody is sacrificing for this revolution in their own ways. If Secretary Chris has a TV that is sponsored by Ambazonians and he wants to use it for Ambazonians and to sponsor this war and we go to Boya, so be it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your input. I believe everything is said is just clear and to the point. I will have Paul. I'll ask.
Coordinator, he asked a question about
Oh yeah, I'm sorry about it. If any RC member wants to clarify that.
Yeah, can I do that, please?
Come in, sir.
Yeah, again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk again. You see, those are the wordings that sometimes when they throw out there to our people, it is difficult. Sometimes they might not have the time to really go find out what the wording means, because in that communique that my colleague, my friend here is saying, he said the Restoration Council that can only vet and vouch, but they cannot confirm. Okay, look at that question. Vouch is the same word as confirm. So when you make a sentence, they can only vet and vouch, but they don't have to confirm. And if confirm and vouch are the same thing, it means that it was just playing with words to make somebody who might not understand that to think that we don't confirm. It is actually true. We vet and confirm. And if we don't confirm, that particular nominee cannot be appointed to sit in government. You cannot do that until confirmed. But in many instances, we talked about the Judiciary Committee, either they are sent to us, and even if we don't confirm, they go ahead and continue to function in government. Which therefore means that this house is being disrespected. It doesn't really matter why or whether what we say, because they look at it as also an advisory role. But vetting and confirming is not an advisory rule. Is the rule is taught onto this by the Constitution. And the ambassador should know this. Nobody, and I repeat, nobody is supposed to take office having not been vetted and confirmed to sit on that chair. But that doesn't often happen. I think I wanted to answer that. Thank you.
Let me add to that. Let me just add to that. I think I've heard this point. Let me add to that very quickly. You see, in law, there's something called ambiguity. I'm not here to lecture everybody. I'm sure there are many lawyers in here too. But in law, there's something called ambiguity. When a particular law, when it means that when something is not clearly explained, then you go by the intent of what the person was trying to do. If you read an entire paragraph of an essay, at some point you will, even if the person did not clearly say what they want, at some point you will understand what they are trying to say, and then you imply as you implement the decision based on the intent of the legislators or the people who wrote the law. In this case, our own is clear that the president chooses, and then the Restoration Council vets, as Uncle B just clearly explained. The intention of that law is that if somebody is the president, and I don't even know why this is of a problem and why the president himself and his advisor, they make it a problem, because it's just a bad precedent for our country. The intention of that particular constitutional provision is that when you choose somebody, if any of you in here happens to be the president, or in fact you choose somebody, you can choose your relatives, you can choose anybody, but the Restoration Council have to vet and confirm that person, because people can put people in positions of power for their own personal gains. And you think that is just something minute, but it causes a lot of problems for a nation. That is why you see a lot of Republic is a rotten country, a lot of African countries are rotten, because they take relatives and incompetent people, mandate them with the responsibility of the lives of thousands and 20 and 40 and 50,000 people. To manage that group of people, you need some level of competency. But if you take somebody who doesn't even have the know-how, the understanding, and the reasoning, and the technical training to manage that position, if you come and vet them and just put them there without being vetted, a lot of things can go wrong. People can die. That is why they put another body like the Restoration Council to make sure that this person that you are putting there is competent. That way, it prevents that breach from putting incompetent people in positions of power for personal favor. So if the president or anybody is insisting that, oh, the Restoration Council just have to vet and vote, all that kind of stuff, it means he is insisting that he can put whatever person he wants there and don't want them to be cross-checked. And again, that is corruption. That is what drains the country. Anybody who has a good intention for a group of people or reasonable people should not be even promoting that kind of thing, because that itself is not even good policy. It's not healthy. One day, if Dr. Epana sits there now, let's just assume he start put his own henchmen, right-wing men, particular people that he wants. At the same time, or sometime, at some point in place, only him will have the people that he wants there. So we need a process where we can vet him, making sure that he's not putting people there for personal gain and other reasons. That is what that law is about. And that is what why the Restoration Council has to confirm, to make sure that the person that they're putting there is qualified and the person there is not there for personal interest. But to say otherwise is very wrong and it's unethical and it's not good for our nation. The paper you can mention.
Honorable, Dr. Honorable Coordinator, please, let's try to be brief so that we have people coming. I think the law is very clear on that aspect. Vouching is confirming. We don't even, it's not about just intention. It is very clear. Thank you. Dr. Epa.
The mistake that was done, even with the Restoration Council, is that the president came out and said, trying to give a certain reason, which made no sense. He said, you have to get people who are loyal to you rather than those who have experience or that can do the work. And he went and justified that, you might not even see the people who can do the job because they are very busy and all that. But in any circumstances, you have to advertise that position. He is supposed to have a committee in charge of getting nominees. They have to do their own internal vetting, because even bringing in attorneys of the person they want to nominate as a Secretary of State, so that when he sends those nominees to us, we are going to do further vetting. He should send the right people. Otherwise, when we vet them, we will not nominate them. That is the procedure. But that is not being done. He gets his friends, anybody, just put it here and say, oh, somebody who is going to be loyal. We cannot accept that in Amazonia. That happened with this president. When he leaves, no president should even try that. We will impeach him the first day. Thank you very much.
Midiki Dennis, you have been asked to unmute. Go ahead.
Yes, good evening to everyone.
Yeah, we can hear you 5 on 5, sir. Go ahead.
Yes. Just to make a few points clear, I want to tell all of us here that our people, my goal is our people are bleeding. Our people are suffering. Our people are suffering. Let the Restoration Council take quick action. If somebody is faulty, and I don't know for how long Dr. Sako has been impeached, 6 months, maybe the 6 months that the Restoration Council has given Dr. Sako is too long. It's too long. This stage, if he has been given an invitation to come and attend the Restoration Council and he does not want to come, let the Restoration Council take over. Let them install another new interim government and make election for a new president to take over. There is no time where people are bleeding for one person. We cannot tolerate it. He has defaulted the Constitution. He has violated the Constitution. Let him come and defend the allegation that has been made against him. If it's not coming, then the Restoration Council and Bazona people are trusting, and we want to thank you people. People are doing a marvelous job. I know people are having some shortcomings, but please, people should wake up. There is no time. As we are, this is a delaying tactics. This is a delaying tactics. And the Republic, they are laughing at us and they are mocking at us now. Now look at how they are maybe they are scattered. and not scatter. Let us be focused. My goal is let quick action be taken. That is what I wanted to contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for your contribution. Thank you, Mediki, for your contribution. Judy, Jude, you have been asked to unmute. Go ahead. Jude.
Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask my question.
All right, 1 minute. Go ahead.
I want to ask this question to the Restoration Council because this question is like they are not answering the question. You know, Sisiko, our former president, made a statement in a meeting that Dr. Sako Ekome was present, Chris Anu was present, and others, that he is dissolving the interim government for reasons best known to him. One, because he wanted to rule, stay in power while he was in prison, which he himself said it, that no one can rule the people from prison. I think that was the only offense Sisiko committed, and he was impeached. And he was not, the Restoration Council did not go and read his impeachment on SCBC because he already took over SCBC. Chris Anu was the one that created ABC. Today people are asking questions why Restoration Council should come and make such proclamation on ABS. Chris Anu also created ABC TV. He was supposed to take it as a personal TV, but he handed it to Amazonian people. But he created it in his house and started the TV himself. It was not the interim government that gave money for the TV started. They only later started funding the TV. But he brought the initiative and started the TV and gave it for it to be used. And that's where Siko Ayoktabe was impeached on ABC TV. Now, Dr. Sako has done the same thing that Sisiko have done, and worse than what Sisiko did, because he has corrupted so many Amazonians of goodwill. He has separated the government indirectly. In a government, he has created another government. He have a cabal that are working with him. He has gone to all the AGs, even the AGs and county that they have created, and they say that is a body that takes care of the fighters in Ground Zero. He has corrupted the chairs, some of the chairs, not all, of those LGs and county, and they are answerable to him. He has appointed people in his own cabinet, Sako's interim government that he has created. He has appointed his own people who are surrounding him that he hears from, and he has gone to ABC TV and even talk against the Restoration Council. And now the Restoration Council is saying that even though he has been impeached, but he is still our president, we should respect him. Amazonians don't understand what the Restoration Council means. When Sisiko was impeached, Sako was the acting president. And when Sisiko was impeached, immediately after that, they didn't give him time for him to still bear the name as president. That name was taken off, and Sako was made the president, no longer acting president. And every information went everywhere, even in Ground Zero, no longer recognized. So why are we securing Sako after all the atrocities, and we are giving him up to 6 months in office for him to continue to corrupt, because he has divided even the fighters in Ground Zero. They now call some fighters that they are La Republique. They call FEMA Channel P3, La République. FM in Lebialem, that are La République, because they don't buy to the ideas of the IG, what Sako is doing. So how can we say that even though he has been impeached, but he is still in office and we should respect him as president? Why Sako, he has a vice.
Please, can we limit it to 1 minute because there are a lot of hands and otherwise we'll sleep
Yeah.
here.
Okay,
Comrade,
thank you.
you've
So
made your
if he
point
has
clear.
a vice and he has been
Moderator,
impeached,
please.
why is the vice?
Just calm down.
Why is the vice not taking responsibility
Sir.
of what the president was supposed to be doing? My second question goes to
Sir, Mr.
Honorable
Jude,
Ann.
Mr. Jude, sir,
Wait,
please, just make it quick, okay?
let him ask me the question.
Yes, make it quick
Okay,
and
he
just the
said
question
that
very quick. Just,
the treasury has been freezed, especially the county account and the cabinet. And some reports were shown that I think 11,000 something dollars was taken out of the treasury, which the treasurer himself cannot account for that money. My question is, how far is the Restoration Council sure that these accounts have been freezed? And if it has been freezed, where is the treasurer answerable to? Is he in this meeting or
I'm
he is
going,
not in this meeting in the
Comrade Jude,
other?
I'm going to have to cut you here because you are taking a bit more time. And Comrade, you don't have to answer. I'm going to answer that. A motion has been passed, and the work has started. So you cannot be asking us questions for something that has just been ordered. So please wait. Just give some time.
Comrade Danny, just for the clarification, you can ask that question directly to the Restoration Council, not to me, because that was not my decision, Comrade. Please.
And also a point of correction, please, and this is very important. You mentioned that Secretary Chris, started a TV of ABC with his own money. It was under the mandate as the telecommunication secretary that he started the ABC, and he is the one that put in so much work. But the interim government is the one that financed the TV. So please let that correction be clear. It's not Secretary Chris who started with his money and handed it over to the interim government, so that we don't go and be saying things out there that is wrong. Please. Thank you.
Comrade, can I clarify something there, please?
Go right quick, Uncle Bill. We
Yeah,
have
it'll be very quick.
6 hands off. Yes.
It'll be
The
very
next
quick.
is as soon as he finish Falcon Tuba, make sure you're on mute as soon as he finish speaking. As soon as he finish to speak.
Honorable moderator, I have something to talk concerning Sisiko impeachment and Sako's impeachment, because they are confused in that two places. I want to correct something there.
Who is that?
This is Honorable Nifang. I'm sorry, I'm in the dark. You know, I'm in Africa.
Nifang. Yes. Let Uncle B, can you let Mr. Nifang speak because of his location? We're not going to disclose his location, but his location is very personal. Yes, go ahead.
That's fine.
Thank you. Good morning. All protocol due respect, especially the people from Ground Zero. I'm talking from Africa. That's why my places are dark. When we talk about impeachment of Sisiko, comparatively to the impeachment of President Sako, the Restoration Council, before impeaching Sisiko, wrote to Sisiko 3 letters. That Sisiko did not respond to those letters. That was, we were trying to have his own hearing, and we are preparing to get a hearing from Sako. So it is not like we are giving some favor to Sako that we never gave it to President Sisiko. We wrote letters 3 times to Sisiko. He ignored the letters from the Restoration Council. A Restoration Council he created by himself. He ignored answering to them. That is why we impeached him. And he was not out physical like Sako. We have impeached Sako, and we are calling him to hear from him. And if he doesn't come, we will come with the next thing that we will tell you people. So I want to plead your indulgence that we are not favoring any of the presidents. Thank you so much.
Thank you. May God guide you wherever you are. May God really guide you. Mr. Ogubi, coming very, very quick. Let them,
Yeah,
we need
very,
our people
yeah,
to speak. Yes.
yeah, thank you. He had just answered the part I think I was going to clarify about the impeachment. But the second thing I want to do here is the creation of ABC. And when Secretary came to the house, because one of my comrades, the only document he did not prove the ABC belonging to Ambassador was the contract that was drawn. He said the contract was drawn by I think the legal department or the judiciary was not with him, but all other papers showed quite well that it was for the ambassador. But we wanted to know whether it was Ambassador TD or his TD and the funding. It showed not everything, but the paper we did not have was that the contract for that was not done by him, by the legal department. So if the house wanted, they should get it from the legal department. But other papers were correct and said that it was not his TV, but Ambassador TV. Thank you.
Right. Mr. Falcon, Tuba, come in. Falcon, Tuba, your guest. You have been asked to unmute. Falcon, Tuba, you have been asked to unmute.
Okay, yeah, I was trying to unmute, it wasn't going.
Okay, you are now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman of Restoration Council, honorable members of the Restoration Council, fellow Amazonians. I extend you my respect and good evening with all. Okay, my name is Asongwe. Yeah, I come from Tuba. I was very brief because I don't like the long issue. So I'm more of the defense. So the disciplinary, I want to know. I know where first of all, I know we're existing in a virtual environment. That is because we don't have a territory yet. The reason for which we don't have an enforcement mechanism like law enforcement services and the judiciary. Okay, that is. I mean, because of that, I actually sympathize with the Restoration Council for all what they're doing, and their hands are seemingly tied. Yeah, but I just want to find out now what does the Restoration Council have a disciplinary code for members who are indisciplined? And if so, why are they not applying on those other members that here are actually not working well, refusing even to public decisions or motions taken? Number two, from what is going on, it is obvious that we will end up with two governments because it is obvious, it's clear that Sako will not give in because he has his own people and he's following. He will want to maintain his government, and eventually we may issue here with another government, making it three governments now. Okay. Now, what is what is the Restoration Council foreseen as a solution to resolve this? So, and for that one, I have a proposal which I am submitting for study. My proposal is that the Restoration Council, if they end up with another government because of the Sarko's recalcitrant attitude, they should convene a fifth council in which they will come out with a revolutionary council that will be able to sit and take decisions for the whole
Excuse
war
me, point of order, please. You cannot give us recommendations on this platform now. When time for recommendations will come, you will be called out, please. Let's just go to the next speaker. Thank you.
Let me finish.
Finish.
I don't knew that because there was no opportunity for me again. I didn't know that. Okay,
No, there are going to be more town halls, honorable. Sorry, comrade. So just don't put your cart before the horse.
All right. So the other question is, what is the degree of offense that a president who has been impeached or who has committed an offense and has been impeached need to be removed? What degree of offense does he need I mean, which will permit him to be impeached and removed immediately? Because I think that Sako has already reached beyond that level. The last one, the 6 months that were given to him, Penny, did you give the 6 months before the impeachment? And if you did give him the 6 months before impeachment, is that appropriate? Thank you for giving me that opportunity.
Thank you. Again, you want to comment on that? Anybody want to comment on that very quick?
Let me say something about the 6 months. Comrade and Amazonians, we grappled with that issue. It was that the elections would take place within 6 months after the modalities of the elections have been reached. He went around and confused people, saying that they have a conference, a concentrate assembly in Washington, D.C. in March. And many LGAs jumped into that. That is the narrative that has been out there. And he still thinks that he's going to conduct that conference. But we are saying, the Amazonian people are saying, your representatives are saying, that conference is not going to hold. And we are going to move very fast to work with the Amazonian people to give any recommendations, all of us together, the 8 million Amazonians will sit together and discuss the way forward. But we don't discuss it right here. Thank you very much.
Amazonian Patriot, you put your hand, you have been asked to unmute. Come in.
No, comrade, I think he has two, or his question was about 2 or 3 parts, I think.
You want to add? Do you want to add to that quick?
Yeah, I want to add one other part there was the mechanism to take him out of office. What he did talk about, we're now going to having 3 IGs. It's just the fact that the Amazonian people should be the people too. It's unfortunate that we find ourselves in a situation that we don't yet have it, we are still struggling. We don't yet have in place a mechanism to hold somebody accountable. But the Amazonian people should do it. There's just as we did for Siseko. He resisted for some time. When somebody is in office, when you commit a crime that you are taken out of office and you refuse to go, and the next what they say with they say with Sako, they've done that, but they don't want to go. It is difficult for us to get a mechanism in place. So we are still fighting to get a country to take them out of there. But the Amazonian people should be the people to know that these people are no longer our leaders and desist from following them. Because for now, we don't have a court, we don't have any mechanism to enforce that. So we are pleading on you guys, on the Amazonian people, to always make sure that this person outlived his services to Amazonia. He has been impeached, removed from office, and of course, follow the next person that will come forward to move forward. Thank you.
Yes, I will talk about court systems. You know, if anybody keeps disrupting this our fight in that such a way that, like we said, we're ready to go even to any court. We can take it as far as we can for the greater good of our people. So let's just have all that in mind, and we have to put the modalities. Patriotic Amazonia, come in. I'll ask you to unmute. Come in, sir, or female. Unmute yourself. You have been asked to unmute. Okay. If you are not there, I'm going to go to Geoffrey. Geoffrey, unmute.
Our voice is a bit very poor, so perhaps you know, yes, my voice is kind of gone. Yeah. There is something that I want to say regarding, though it has been said over and over and over, that the United States is the oldest presidential democracy in the world. It came before any other democracy. Presidential democracy. Any other presidential regime was modeled to it, just like the British parliamentary system is the oldest parliamentary democracy. So the issue of impeachment was designed by the framers of the US Constitution. And if any other country is copying, then they are copying it from the US. But what so far the Restoration Council has done so far, they have done an excellent job. how the US has a bicameral legislature in which the lower house prepares the articles of impeachment, vote on them, and then transmits them to the upper house, which act as a court. What the Restoration Council have done is they have voted for the articles of impeachment. They have not impeached the president yet. What they are now going to do is to conduct a hearing, and after that hearing, should he attend or should he not? Should he attend? Go and find out. We hear from him. Should he not attend? They still have a decision to make, and they'll make that decision in default of appearance. They have that right. So what do they do? What vote is pending now is the vote to convict and remove the president from power. So since we have a unique camera, our Restoration Council is performing the responsibility of that one responsibility that is shared between the lower house and the Senate, like in the US. So I want to congratulate you people for doing a very marvelous job. So the vote we are waiting on now, the Restoration Council, is the vote to convict and remove the president. Should we have a majority? We have not defined the majority yet. So any majority, whether simple or whatever, is tantamount to conviction and automatic removal from office. Then on the issue, okay, Trump was not removed and the other people because they did not attain. Trump was convicted, but they couldn't remove him because the removal is absolute majority, 65 vote to remove a president in the United States. And when they remove you in a disgraceful way by impeaching you and going through the removal, you can never hold any position. And that was what they were wanting to do, to bar Donald Trump not from running for any public office for his lifetime. Unfortunately, they did not get that. Let me go to the other point, which our brother, Mr. Babbitt, really said, and which I wrote on it last week, that failing the clear interpretation of a language used either in the Constitution or in the Legislative Act, recourse is always hard to. What was the intent? They always go back to look at the legislative history of the Congress at the time of that legislative process. What was the Congress intent and the meaning of the language as of the time? So if they are talking of, Sako is talking about vetting the city. What was the intent of our framers at the time that they were preparing or formulating our constitution? They saw the witnesses of the republic, of the dictatorship that we have suffered under, and they said no. For any person to hold elected position, whether the word is vetting or vouch or whatever thing, but what they intended was for the legislative branch, which is the Restoration Council, to have a check on the president. And what is that check? To either approve or disapprove of the president's nomination. The president nominates, not appoint. They appoint to where the president has the right to appoint to make decrees. They appoint there. And then one person said, we are putting the card before the horse. No. In the nomination process, the candidate is first of all vetted before proceeding to the confirmation hearing. So it's not like appointing somebody first and then we have to go through vetting. No. The president has to be vetted and then proceed to the confirmation hearing. And the vetting process, it might not go well, but since that is done with the vetting process, it is always an internal issue or procedure at the presidency of any republic, of any country. So like the vetting process is that of the presidency, the White House. In Cameroon, is that of the president. But since the Constitution made provision that the Restoration Council will vet and confirm, if they even find you not competent and of doubtful behavior and character, impropriety, conflict of interest, your candidate is just qualified, is disqualified. But do we have the right to deny the president's nomination? Yes. But do we have the right to tell the president who to appoint? No. Appointment prerogative are that of the president. But do we have a right to deny his nomination? Absolutely 100%. We might even say he will not even give him even a year, let alone even conduct an investigation on it, and it dies like that. We have seen it happen here. It happened with Mal, Organic, it happened with Nena Tender, and so many others. That the Senate did not even call them even for a meeting. So we look at the legislative intent as of the time that they were making a decision. So I'm done on that. Then what again do I need to say here?
I want you to wrap up.
Let's for some other people speak. Please, thank you.
Okay, yes. Okay, your contribution is noted. Dr. Max, I'm going to unmute you. Dr. Max, I'm going to have you unmute yourself. Max Dezo, you have been asked to unmute. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, gentlemen, and all respects, highly respected. Want to greet this house. Can you hear me?
You have two devices on. You have some echo on.
Echo. My goodness.
Yeah. Are you attending this meeting on two devices?
Not at all. Just one device. I was close to a water.
All right. Now you are clear. Go ahead, sir.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. I want to salute the house and all respects duly respected. I have just 3 points to make. The very first one concerns, right from the beginning when Chairman Kometa was talking about his trip to Nigeria and how he had struggled to get money from members of the government. We know that the money we pay CID and the draft, part of which goes to the CID fund, is money to support the government, which includes the Restoration Council. So my question to Kometa is, does he know the procedure to apply and get money from the Treasury? Because he is supposed to fill in a requisition form, submit it, and get the money. It is not something that he has to go get money from President Sako or Secretary Anu or anybody else. That is my first point. The second point is, having listened for about 3 hours now, my feeling is there seems to be some discontinuity between the Restoration Council and the executive. And until the Restoration Council works to polish that interface, this scenario we face now is going to repeat. And I give an example. So many people have talked about vetting appointees of the president. Now the issue is there a process that the Restoration Council has developed, like with deadlines, so that once an appointment is out, the Restoration Council picks it and works on it to be able to make a statement, because it cannot be a vacuum at all. The Restoration Council has to pick up and do its own part and do so expediently. And the third point that I want to make concerns the ABC. If I am the elected Secretary General at the ABC, and we have been struggling. We have an item that I am going to write to the Restoration Council, in that the outgoing Secretary of State for Communications left with a high-performance computer, which is used to communicate with satellites. And as a result, we have had no backup to the existing equipment. So that has added a lot of congestion to our internal processes. And the Secretary of State for Communications is retaining the computer because of the Restoration Council. You told him that that you have not vetted the appointees of the president, which obviously means he is still the de facto member in charge. So there are things that the Restoration Council can do which also impede the executive. And then finally, this is about the constitutional process to remove a president from office. I want you guys, not you guys, but honorable members of the House, this being our parliament, to tell us whether you had, what was the majority? Can you release the tabulation? How many members of the House, after Honorable Lobati left, and also minus those who had been recalled? Now, how many members were left that voted the articles of impeachment that were presented to us on ABS? Thank you.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you for those hard questions. I'll just answer the last one that you gave, and then any other person can come in. No matter how many people you say you withdraw from the Restoration Council, it doesn't really change the functionality of the quorum. Those records are there. You can have it. They can have it through official process if they requested. Let's say the Restoration Council forum is half the House plus 1. Okay, half the House plus 1. So if there are 30 members in the House, and it means that the quorum for Restoration Council to carry out any decision is going to be half that amount plus 1, which is 15 plus 1. That's going to be 16. Now, assume that some knuckle-headed, stubborn people, they just say, oh, we're going to leave the Restoration Council for whatever reason. Their LGA, you go and put pressure to your LGAs out of whatever reason, you withdraw, 10 people withdraw. So 20 is going to remain in that scenario, right? So in that 20 is going to be 10, half of that amount plus 1, which is going to be 10 plus 1, so it's going to be 11. So now let's assume that 10 people also withdraw again. Now there are only 10 people in the Restoration Council. At some point in time, only 6 people, so you put half plus 1, that will be 5 plus 1. So only 6 people will still make the decision for the greater nation. So the wisdom is, it's always better for you to even put your members in the Restoration Council. The irony of this matter is that what the president did, some of those people that he even withdrew, if they would have been there, they probably would have had enough vote to counteract what was going on. But this own ill fate or whatever personal reason, as we humans think, it turned out that those people came out and they formed a quorum structure where it was easy to pass that vote. So those are some of the things that are going on. And the other question, I'll let somebody come in.
Yeah.
Can I correct something, please?
Sure, please, if I am.
Whether, the aspect of removing, there was nothing there like it would have given advantage for whatsoever. I think our comrade, the answer is very simple and clear. We had a quorum. So and you can get, like our comrade, our honorable said, if you request for the official vote account, everything is there, and I think it has already been put in the secretariat at the moment. So, or at least it's been written out from the last communique I've seen. So there was a quorum. Let nobody lie you or tell you there wasn't. There was a quorum, and the amount that voted was enough to impeach the president. So, if that question is something directed to that, be rest assured that that was the case. So let's not beat around the bush here.
Let me
ask something. Let him continue. Let Danny continue, please.
No, I was going to say that is one aspect. Coming to the aspect of the TV, there is an issue that you're bringing up here which can create a debate, and we're not going to go into that because you are talking about you're giving information here which we are not clear, and it's important that you approach the Restoration Council about that aspect and clarify it. And then there's also the issue that according to, I would say, the president at the time, we cannot certify that dismissal is valid based on what had come before. So that's something which is difficult for us to talk about here and to be debating. So I would rather that matter you approach the Restoration Council and that be dealt with, because there's a bit of a complexity here, except others have something to say or give me a correction. Thank you.
Just before you come in, there is one correction I have to make. Even there is nobody that has been withdrawn so far from the Restoration Council. Everybody is still there and everybody attended the meeting. So far, we have only one member who has left the Restoration Council, not because he was withdrawn, but because he actually said that he had to withdraw from the Restoration Council due to some personal, due to some ethical, that was unethical behavior, and he had to appear in front of the ethics committee. So he himself knew that he was, and he was uncovered anyway as one of the persons who was taking information from the house and giving to people and to the cabinet and the president. So he did not debunk that. He tried to use another excuse or to compare himself to other people, and then later on said that he was going to withdraw himself because he already knew that he was going to appear in front of the ethics committee. And when his own LGA sent in a letter recalling him from the Restoration Council, because that was the first, I reached out to the chair of the LGA to explain to her that you are being misled. He himself told the house that he was going to ask you to recall him. So instead of lying that you are recalling him based on something, just go correct it on the letter that he has requested his withdrawal. And they asked him why. Tell the Ambazonian people why, that he was the mole in the house. That is what happened. And nevertheless, he never left. He only left the other day after the impeachment that he exited the forum. So, and that's the only person who has left the forum. And the other, on the day of the impeachment, the house was fully constituted. Those who ran out of the house were just 3 people. And you don't tell me that the absence of 3 people does not constitute a quorum. So let's be honest and let's be objective to tell people. Only 3 people left the house during the impeachment. And they had already voted in the other motions. They took part and some of them voted yes. But when it came to impeachment, the Secretary General left, and then one of them had just played an audio of one of Ma Irene intimidating and threatening them during the session, that all of them who are there, they will be sanctioned, and she was really harsh on the SG, and one of them actually played and interrupted the session. And I think when they were muted, the 3 of them decided to drop out, and the rest stayed. So those are the only 3 people who left the place for the record.
Thank you.
Dale, Aliyah, you have been asked to unmute. Please, sir, unmute and come in. Ndem, Aliyah. Ndem, you have been asked to unmute. Do so, please. There you go.
Thank you, Honorable. I really appreciate your effort, and I believe that the Restoration Council has been there struggling that this revolution could move well. And I feel that the more reason why people have delayed struggling to put some sense to Sako and his gang. But unfortunately, he was already growing mad. I want to suggest very briefly, there is no need wasting time. I think that is what people have gathered from the majority of the Ambazonia. There is no need wasting time. Dissolve the interim government and let RC take over. We get a fighter on the ground to be like the lead command while RC is strategizing. We can't continue to wait for Sako or any other person. So this is my little proposal, and I want to thank you guys so much for a great job. Something needs to be done, and let it be done urgently. And then again, lastly, what do we do at this point with the ABC? What we need to think strategy. Or does the RC members have command over the resolution to block the account? Do people have command over that, over those accounts? Are you sure that that resolution can be sustained? Those are my concerns. Thank you, sir.
Comrade Pascal.
Yeah, sir. We are not. Thank you, your input. I don't want to discredit your question, but we're not here to discuss strategies on how to this and that. But just it's good that you share some of these things, and I hope some people are taking it down. Does anybody have any little comment on this?
Comrade Pastor, yeah, I wanted to say that we already said during when we read the impeachment of the president that the chair the chair lady of the board of the ABC board was going to be convoked to appear in front of the Restoration Council in the days ahead to make the position of the ABC TV clear to Ambazonian people. But until then, we cannot comment on that because we don't know if what she did was intentional or not. So until then, we still reserve our comments for that. Thank you.
And I hope we didn't miss anything on his question, but I really want to go to the next person, and so we can always answer the previous question. Chris Alu, can you come in? You've been asked to unmute. Chris?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for being here. Go ahead, sir. Yes.
Yeah, they always say better late than never. It's too late that the RC has started this initiative, something you should have started a long time ago. Personally, I want to say I'm not very happy. I'm very disappointed with the Restoration Council. This institution that was created by our forebears and by some of our leaders who are not here. When I read the document that we are stating here, I shed tears. And how much work our brothers and sisters have sat down to write for us. And yet, we are not able to build on that document. I don't want to labor on this. The only thing I want to say, I'm a security chief for my local government. And I want to say we are very disappointed and our fighters are not happy. They ask us questions that we cannot answer because the top is dirty and is pulling down their morale. One thing I want to ask the Restoration Council members to do first, before you go to do what you are doing, which I applaud, apologize to the people of Southern Cameroon for the 2 years that you pulled Dr. Sako Ikome without any proper due process. The mistakes and the consequences and the inaction throughout this year, apologize to our people, to our restoration forces, our fallen heroes. As you chart the way forward, first the House should apologize to our people. That is one thing you should do. Admit mistakes, take responsibility. And then we will be very happy. The people will be very happy to work with the Restoration Council. The fighters are hoping and looking to the Restoration Council because we believe it is our roadmap to tell the people we should go like this, we should go like that. It is the House of the Representative. Apologize to the people as you organize these education conferences. And I pray that it should continue. Better late than never, but you people are doing it. Thank you.
Let me just comment on that. Sir, I really, your frustration is really noticeable in your voice tone, and I can feel your pain. We all have our hearts in this struggle, you know. I just want to say something. We're going to say a little bit controversy, and it's going to really sound unusual for somebody in my position right now in this situation. We must understand that Dr. Sako has committed impeachable offenses, plenty of them, but it's not like there's nothing that we can credit to him. He has his own accomplishment, and in this struggle so far, there are things that have been better because of him. But right now, we are where we are, and there are some things he has done that is very, very wrong, and it continues to bring problems for our people. So let's don't just, this is not in defense of him, but I just want us to really recognize that in one or two ways. And in his approval in office, talking about there was no proper procedure. No, there was a procedure. They did for the Restoration Council did follow the constitution. The constitutional modalities is what they have at that time to put him there. And that is how he became there. But that is another topic right now. And we can go back and forth with all these things. But your concern is understood, and we already know where you are coming from. I'm just begging for us to really understand on this issue. We have a very interesting. The next speaker is personally very interesting. It's no other person but Secretary Chris. I know. Unless anybody have something to say.
Coordinator, before
you have something to say. Yes, go ahead.
Let me just say something about what the comrade has said. It is very clear. I will tell you that I'm not the chairman of the Restoration Council, but I will tell you that we have done some mistakes because we believe that the 2 years that was given the president, he would know it by himself, and that he would just say that, well, now it's time for me to leave, or how are we going to do this? And based on what one honorable has explained, the coronavirus came. I don't want to give all those reasons to exculpate the Restoration Council from not doing something immediately after that 2 years to put the modalities of the election together. In fact, I would say that we take that responsibility and we ask the Amazonian people to forgive us for that. But having said that, we know that before the sworn in, a letter has been written to the president telling him for 2 years that his term of office was for 2 years, he could still run for the election, and if he wins, or if he won, then he will still be the president. But what we did not know is that he did not say anything according to his words. He did not say yes or no, because he didn't want to disrupt everything, and that he likened it to having an accident. That when you have an accident with somebody, he spoke it on ABC to the world, to the hearing of the world, and before the Amazonian people, and said, when you have an accident with somebody, just keep quiet, say nothing. The law is at your side, meaning that you sit in your car, don't say anything until the police officers come, and that is where you can open your door and maybe speak to the people. Meaning that this confusion that has started now, he had already planned it since that 2 years. That is why you see the Resolution Council have analyzed the situation. What is happening now is something that he had planned for the 2 years. But we take the responsibility, and we're very sorry to the Amazonian people that we too were not forthcoming immediately to be more proactive. But we want to assure you now that we are going to be more proactive as you have told us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that response. Secretary Chris, you are
Can
here.
I add something just for the record? Ambazonians should know that the Restoration Council does not have a budget. The Restoration Council does not even own a Zoom link. Even our meetings of the Restoration Council, we have to borrow a Zoom link, and the Treasury has not even provided funds for that. So before you see us fighting that there should be accountability, the Restoration Council is promoting that transparency and accountability by not even forcing or bullying their way to funds that are supposed to be made available for the Restoration Council. We are running at a $0 budget. Thank you.
I'm going to ask you to unmute Secretary Chris. Please come unmute, sir. Come in. Your hand is up. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All protocol respected. I'd just like to touch on a few about 2 or 3 things here. Number one, the Restoration Council's inability to speak coherently to the issues they discuss. We have watched one member of the Restoration Council, after the order, go on the media and say, Chairman Comita unilaterally gave the president 2 years term of office. I heard that from even the vice chair could not coherently make that statement. I think another committee chair still couldn't make that statement, couldn't clarify that statement. We have seen documents coming from the Restoration Council, signed from the Restoration Council, of a meeting that took place, I think that was December 19, 2020, I guess, or 2019, in which the issue of the term of the president's office was discussed and agreed before the swearing in took place. But it was quite amazing and disappointing that you have Restoration Council members going on TV and passing the message that the chairman just made that up while he swore in the president. I think the Restoration Council need to look into this. When you hold meetings, issues are voted and agreed and documentation sent out. The members, when they go out and speak about those issues, should be coherent with what you have out in documentation. I just wanted to make that observation. We also have an issue at the Restoration Council, where we have seen the Secretary General basically hold the Restoration Council to ransom, hold it hostage by refusing to make letterheads available for resolutions or recommendations taken at your meetings. But it doesn't appear like anything has been done to bring that situation to normality because, again, just as you talk about the executive, nobody should want to hold the legislature hostage, especially with important things as documentation. And you all know that is the reason why people outside of the Restoration Council, they feel like the Restoration Council is just holding meetings, just meetings. No statements goes out, nothing. But they don't know that somebody is sitting on some letterhead that's supposed to be used for those statements. Uh, then uh, I do not know. Many people have spoken in this direction this evening about the impeachment of the president. A few hours before you conducted a vote of impeachment, Dr. Sako put out an executive order that basically impeached the Restoration Council. If this is not good enough to outrightly fire him, I don't know what else should be good enough. I mean, we've heard from speaker after speaker here talking about the urgency of having a leadership for this struggle at the moment. But the process of the Restoration Council, I know you want to give him due process. Due process was necessary when it was basically accusations. But you have a president who has essentially dissolved illegally this same institution. And you think that you're going to come sit before you and answer questions from you when he has declared you illegal? I think the Restoration Council should be putting out a statement that says maybe tomorrow or the next day, Dr. Sako is no longer the president of the Federal Republic of Amazonia for illegally attempting or dissolving the Restoration Council. He doesn't have powers over the Restoration Council. The Restoration Council, by your own articles, has powers over him. Lastly, I've heard the mention of ABC in here, and some of my involvement in this so-called CDT deal. For the record, I opted to come before the Restoration Council Committee during that investigation to offer a testimony, but I was asked for evidence, physical evidence, which I could not come up with. But the point is simple, because I don't want to be vilified when I thought we were trying to save this struggle. A deal came to me. I took it up to the president. And I said, hey, this deal can help us in this struggle. The $30 million at France, ladies and gentlemen, that is being talked about. Just imagine if that money went to FACO, if it went to Meme, if it went to Nizam, on a monthly basis, our boys will not be talking about lack of equipment. There's no way. That was exactly what we thought we were going into. We didn't know somebody was going out to turn around, take the funds, put in his personal pocket. And I've asked the question. Nobody, nobody, not the president, not the chair of the Restoration Council, can unilaterally go into any agreement, any contract on behalf of Amazonia. That is the same reason for we berated to Dr. Ayaba for going to London for a hoax oil deal. Sako cannot do the same. So let's not try to make me look bad in here as if Chris Anu was trying to get into this deal. We thought any deal, I will go into any deal, ladies and gentlemen, that is done in the right way. Through the Restoration Council, the Vice President, the Treasury. Now to ABC, we have handed every documentation of ABC to the Secretary General of the Restoration Council, But for one document, I mentioned this in your committee before, but for one document, which was never in my keeping, the Memorandum of Understanding, the judicial chair at the time was made to draw that document. And the essence of that document was so that those who are in the registration of ABC as the owners or something like that do not end up hijacking ABC. And so the judiciary chair then drafted an MOU that all of us signed. I couldn't keep it since it was meant to make sure that somebody doesn't hijack ABC. The judiciary chair had to keep it. So I told the Secretary General, I have never kept it. I signed it and released it to the judiciary chair. So please, the idea that Chris is keeping some document, I don't keep a single document for ABC. Thank you, I yield.
Okay. Thank you, Secretary Chris. You were well spoken. I don't know if anybody have any comment, but you are the subject of this. I want just to comment on the you made some good points there, but I want to comment on the second point that you made. We have evidence of a lot of impeachment, so-called removal of office, but I really want you to understand that every Ambazonian is we're gonna follow a due process. We don't care if he shot somebody on broad daylight. We don't care whatever he did. They're gonna have a due process, and when we act, that decision is gonna be followed through till the grave. That is just the point I have to add. I don't want anybody to accuse you for anything without through. We cannot take you and for any action without through a due process. We are not going to be like these third world countries in Africa. Ambazonians are better than that, and that's how we're going to treat our citizens. You are an Ambazonian, Dr. Sako is an Ambazonian, and everyone is going to go through due process. But we're going to get there. We're going to get there, and we ask the support of the people, and we ask this collaboration too. We're going to get there. So please, let's make sure we follow these things, and we will get there. We'll get there, and we're not going to be slow, but we'll get there according to due process. Thank you so much for your services. Anybody have any comment on Secretary Chris' analysis or the RC members? Otherwise, we can move to the next person. Thank you so much for being here. Prince Rene, can you come in? And I don't know. No, anyway, this is not sure. Rene.
Okay.
You have been asked to unmute. You have been asked to unmute. Rene, come in.
Good evening, everybody, and I want to thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to air my worries. Though most of them have been aired already, I want to first of all appreciate the ROC for all that they have been doing. But I have this worry when it comes to our ABC. Our ABC is the channel through which our people are informed. But right now that there is this impeachment process going on, there is contrary information that is being disseminated through our ABC, that is the state TV. And most of our people are watching this ABC TV, and this information that is being passed around that is not correct is corrupting their minds. And this is causing us, there is tension on social media, there is tension on ground because of this wrong information that is being passed on ABC by the outgoing president. So what is the Restoration Council doing to make sure that this propaganda machine that has been passed on ABC is stopped? Because as it is going, the time is going on, more people are being informed with this wrong information. And we'll start seeing action on the ground. Because the other day, I saw the outgoing president elevating fighters on ground to generals, to this, and as days goes by, we should be rest assured that he's going to come up with militias group on the ground that will be answerable to him. That is another war we are going to fight before going to face the Republic. So please, The Restoration Council, we are looking up to you people because you people are the voice of the people. You people have started, and it is the right direction that people are going, but we are pleading that things should be done fast because our people are suffering. I was in ground one few months back in ground one. The people are dying in refugee camps. Please, my brothers and sisters, I cannot explain it. We don't know it, but I am from there. I communicate with them every day. We bury people on a daily basis. But I don't understand why somebody who says it's an Amazonian will keep on doing this at the detriment of our people. Please, we are begging the Election Council to make sure that ABC TV, that is a propaganda machine, we must confiscate it from Sako and his gang with immediate effect. Thank you, guys.
I will go to Chris. You asked to unmute. Yes, and let me just say this.
Okay.
Let me
Yes.
just share to the Amazonian people this: the fact of elevating fighters from the ground all of a sudden, with all this is going on, again, that is part of the corruption that we are seeing. Yes, you are holding parallel meeting when RC is holding his meeting now. You are trying to elevate fighters on the ground because you want to buy their loyalty. We don't need this unethical behavior to liberate our people. It is not healthy. Come in, Mr. Chris. Come in.
Yes. I won't say I have so much to say. I want to thank the Restoration Council for all what you are doing. You people have been ambassador here and so on, but we have been in this trouble from the beginning. We understand this government in place. We understand how they are. We understand their modus operandi, and we know the way you people have on you. Me in particular, I know what I'm talking about. They are really, really terrible. And I understand why you people want to really do things carefully. So I'm joining to plead on you people's behalf that Amazon should give people this little time. We know people are dying and they are doing a lot of things, but we believe maybe 1 week more is not going to finish or end the struggle. 1 week more is not going to end the struggle. I want to thank especially the moderator of this event. You are doing a great job. I like the way people are dressed. People are really representing us well in color. I really appreciate it. And please, people should keep coming like this because this is the first time I'm seeing this crowd of restoration council. I know just like two. I know Dr. Epa, Mama Ann, and our chairman. I think with the Secretary General, those are all the members I know. But today I have the opportunity to see many of you. So we appreciate you so much and we understand the challenge. Me in particular, I understand the challenges you people are going through. And I wish you all the best. Courage, courage. Please do it fast for us. Do it fast for us. We need people to fix this trouble so that we can fight and remove it from our land. Thank you.
Well brief, well said. Reverend Apostle Michael, you've been asked on the coming. Apostle Michael, we have 18 hands up to go. I believe that we're going to make it. Please come in very fast. Apostle, you've been asked to unmute.
All right. Thank you very much. All protocol duly respected. I want to say three things. One, a very, very big thank you to the Restoration Council for meticulously handling these things and the fires that are coming against you, especially from President that took time to swear in to support for the interest of Amazonia. Permit me to say this. While I appreciate also the fact that you have taken the blame or the responsibility for some of those, blames, I would like to say that we have been struggling to stop people from calling faithful nationalists, faithful Amazonians, who are sacrificing day in, day out to kick out the oppressor, the Republic of Cameroon. Stop calling them blacklegs or cold blooders. When we started touching on this, as to the foresight of Secretary Chris Ann. It was said that no, the reason why they are more angry and must continue to say that it was a coup, it was a plot, is because Secretary Chris Ann knew that this was an election year. I'm talking in various capacity in this struggle. And we're talking as part of the solution to issues that were rocking, our restoration, recognition quest. So when they tried to argue out that it is because it was election year that they will term Secretary Chris' letter to the cabinet as a coup, it therefore indicates that the presidency, the cabinet knew that 2021 was an election year in the Amazonia. Based on that, it was enough for the president, for the cabinet to work towards that election. So it is like the honorable member of parliament has just said, before swearing, before taking over oath of office, there was a plan in heart to see that power will be kind of confiscated or a dictatorial spirit will be spilled over Amazonia. All right, because time has come and proven this, let me give a second thank you to Secretary Chris for having braved the storms, taken the bull by the horn right inside the cabinet. Let us Amazonians not only push it, say, you Restoration Council, go and say this, go and do that. Let's say we are here telling every other person to stop blaming our Restoration Council because they are the reps of the people of Amazonia whom we are. Secondly, the House sitting in this town hall must know that we have far-reaching effects on whether we act, preemptively, proactively, or in procrastination. Those far-reaching effects will touch on our diplomacy, like it or not. Because you may think others are sleeping. If they begin to rubbish the people's house, the honorable house of Amazonia, in the face of Amazonians, and we say nothing, and we think we can blame the people, we can blame the people's representatives. No. How are we going to do? We cannot leave this place without adding a point to the defense of this Restoration Council honorable members. Those two, and the final thing, that if the House has been working and is still thinking that we have more time on our side, could it not be that some of the things that have been said here by the people, the RC can go to put them into effect as empowerment from the people, rather than thinking that you shall go and be finding out for yourself what you are going to do again? Those are the few concerns I felt I should be able to say them here, and to say, let us leave foul language apart. Our Anglo-Saxon spirit demands for respect, even if somebody is accused or held guilty. Let us leave abusive words. Let us simply fight to regain our independence and know that La République, at the end of the day, will be our neighbor.
You may call that a good or a bad neighbor. We are also here. We will not accept that the high calling of the clergy should be dragged to the mud by another clergy. So let Ambazonians know that God has got pastors after his own heart in this zone. God has got gentlemen and women who have a heart, who are sacrificing. These honorable men sacrifice hours upon hours for us. So sometimes it may not be for us to wait for them to go and discipline the Secretary General of RC. We can do those recommendations here and give these people a respite to finish the work. Thank you. We love you, we're praying for you, and we know that as the people continue to scheme, the world is seeing, the Amazonians, the fighters on ground are seeing, and their hearts and their consciences are being bought. But the heart of the kings are in the hands of the Almighty, and he channels them as he directs the courses of waters, rivers, streams into the mighty sea. Long live the Federal Republic of Ambazonia. Long live Restoration Council. Wonderful people of God. We are here, and some of the Restoration Council members that have been recalled are not here. They are busy contributing monies now that we speak. For what? For Operation Lava Storm 3. To do what? To do impact on ground so that they can use it tomorrow. We have dropped from 500 and something now to 300 and something. Let us do it snappily and let these people go and rest to come out tomorrow with the best for Ambazonia. Thank you very much for time.
All right. Thank you all for being thank you all for being the Zoom town hall meeting of the Restoration Council of the Federal Republic of Ambazonia. I've asked Joe, who is Joe.
Yes, comrade.
Can you hear me? Who is talking?
That's Honorable
Honorable Christopher, we can hear you, but you are a bit faint.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Very faint.
But
my God.
Manage that.
Just go ahead, comrade.
Yeah, there's a point here that is coming up again and again. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, just go ahead, comrade.
And there's a point here that is coming on, and it looks like when this point was brought up from the EPA, it was apologizing to the Ambazonian people for an error, which means I think there's no error there. I think we have this document that has been circulating since long, that before President Ako was put in power, from acting president to full president, the Restoration Council had a session where they voted for him to be put to acting president, and during that session, it was also voted that he should be given 2 years term. I think Ambazonians should know that Reverend Sako knew that there was a 2 year term prior to his last day when he took it. So it should not be seen as if nothing, it was just said, mentioned when he was taking it. That's the document. I think we should send this document to Ambazonians to see. I don't know whether you are getting me right.
Yes, we are getting you, Comrade Christopher. I was in the house. If you want, I was in the house when that was voted. We actually voted for that 2 year mandate. We convened a meeting and the president came to the house. It was an enlarged Restoration Council meeting with members of the cabinet, some members of the cabinet. I think at one point I proposed to the chairman that let the recording of that meeting prior to the president's swearing in be made available to the whole world to know that the president actually attended a meeting with other members of cabinet who can act as witnesses that the president was, this procedure was explained to the president. It was going to be a 2-year and he had nothing against it. So it is not something that is said, and the president had everything, he knew everything before the swearing in. And I want Amazon saying that that the 2 years old, it was unconstitutional, or that the president did not know, and supporting that allegation, that if the president if the president did not want or think that the 2 years is unconstitutional, why has he run for 2 elections already, all organized by the Restoration Council? Not all. One was
the document. We signed the document. We have those documents we can put to the Amazonian people to continue to see. It's a document.
Yes, the document is out there. And you know what?
Yes.
The president actually said that he never saw that document. Where in my county, it was said that we are fabricating the document, and that is the document signed in 2019, and the president claimed that he was the one who signed it. How can you work in such a situation?
And then one question that Ambazonians to be asking the president is, why could he stay silent with those who were his advisors, like the Judiciary Council, who were like his eyes? They couldn't contest until when they told him that your 2-year term is over, and then he started contesting. He was playing a game he knew very well and wanted to defeat Ambazonian people, say no one should be defeated.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, this is we all know that we all have the documentation, we all have the signature. That can be forwarded to the Ambazonian people. I think this is another broad little topic by itself. But thank you for bringing that point. And let's see if we can get more people to ask their question. We got 17 more people to go. You have the Restoration Council Town Hall meeting of the Federal Republic of Amazonia. Thank you for being here. Joe, unmute yourself. I think you spoke already. Pauline, unmute yourself. You've been asked.
Unmuted. Yeah, I'm unmuted. I'm greeting the house.
All
right. Lots of things that I wanted to say, some have spoken. My major concern about President Sako, that he needs to be taken out immediately. I mean, just this 1 week we are giving you people, I speak like the people, is that he has been planning this with La Republique, because all his actions are proving that he is La Republique. He's working with La Republique. I like to speak straight. If we sat at APP and we said that we want to stop AFCOM, and we decided that FACO, which is controlled by Mola Edi, every restoration fighter should make Victoria hot with popcorn. And he was there. Then he came out the next day with an audio that FACO executive has been dissolved. And then the people now were confused when they were trying their best to do whatever they could do by disrupting the trade fair and putting a bomb there and so on. We're happy. And then he dissolved it. The people stepped back, waiting for his militia to come and fight. And the AFCON went on successfully. I don't see why we are arguing here, our president. We take La Republic president and put on the... I'm glad you are recording it. Look, some of us cannot go home. This thing should be taken straight with immediate effect. The Saturday that you people are giving us, you make sure the town hall meeting on Sunday, you are coming with the result. Other things like Secretary Chris, I'm not supporting him. Some of us have been kicked out of forums because we stand for the truth. If you talk to the president, he pushes on an agenda. We don't want such a person. And I will not say that, sometimes some people that are calm, we're afraid of them for now. You can't see how people are dying back home and somebody is enriching himself. This is dead. And you own ABC and somebody is giving comments here. You people should call my Emma to come to the Restoration Council, because I'm sick of all this. Call them to come there. And let's hurry up for this. ABC cannot be monopolized by the president. The president that is going, the outgoing president, it cannot be monopolized. That they will take it and be doing their private business, convincing our people. Some of our people have left the forum because the things are not going their way. Because why? They are going to a contrary APP that he came out again and said he has dissolved APP. Is that not against Ambazonian people? APP that originated from Berlin. I didn't know you people reading that as one of the offenses that are very, very strange. When you dissolve it, you are forming your own. It means you are going against Ambazonian people's will. We don't need that. We need you, Restoration Council. We are the people you are serving us. And as we are passing a motion today, that motion should be taken to, I have heard many people talking about the Secretary General. If you go to that Restoration Council, we need you to do something about that. Secondly, as you are going there, you invite him. If he doesn't come, we need immediate removal. Thank you very much.
Moderator, let me make this disclaimer.
Sure.
The Restoration Council is not looking at President Sako as La Republique or President or La Republique agent. That is your statement, and we do not stand by that. Well, we disclaim that. We thank you for your input.
Well, I'm speaking as my own, because if we are fighting a war, and I'm glad I still have the floor. If we are fighting a war, that our people are dying, and when it's an opportunity for us to fight the enemy, and then you let the enemy be doing their games, and they are provoking us, and they are doing their activities, it means that you are helping them, you are enabling them.
Pauline, we've got your point. We have your point, but I want to appeal to everybody to remain civil, please. Make your point without insulting a vulgar language that is burning Amazonia down. We thank you. We've heard your point. Moderator, over to you.
Yes, and it can be some these behaviors can be inefficiency or incompetence, which is one of the charges. You know, there have been lots of problems in this government that have not been solved, and they have turned into different things. So that is also an impeachable offense. Incompetence is an impeachable offense. But like somebody said earlier, let's choose our language wisely, and let's make proper facts for the accused each and every other person. But we're working. Magilda, your hand is up. I'll give you the floor to unmute yourself. Come to please. Maggie, yes. I don't know his mic.
Oh, okay, good. That's Mark Gertrude.
Oh, Gertrude. Sorry. Come in.
Yeah. I've heard so much talked about the ABC TV. So I'm the board chair for ABC TV, and I just wanted to shed some light. The issue with the ABC TV is that Secretary Chris had said if we want that that is done. When he was not getting any result, when results were not coming from the Restoration Council, he got frustrated and said they should come and take the equipment. And I said we should not take the equipment. We should leave it where it was. It was housed in a secure environment. I recommended that we should have a staff person work there and keep it. But the Maema, who is the manager, manager said no, there's a letter that Chris had written. She wrote directly to Secretary Chris that they should give the equipment, or else they'll come and send police to come and break down the door. We tried to entreat that we should do it systematically. They refused, and in the cover of darkness, I'll call it the cover of darkness, because I insisted that being the board chair, I should be given the information where the equipment was going to be moved to. I needed some time. I needed to know what the equipment were, what is there before they remove them, know where it's going to be kept. whether we are going to be paying, how much we are going to save, and to make, I mean, there were things that I requested. My Emma would not even listen. She decided they have to take it. Some other board members agreed with her, and in the cover of darkness, they packed them all and shipped them to the home of one of the a member of the management board. Not so it is in somebody's house. I know where it is. In the event of anything, I will bring out the receipts and everything where it is. But I asked them, they said they are not telling me where it's going to, and I'll never know. Unfortunately, I know where it is. I have all that information. So I'm just saying this because people are beating on the Restoration Council that they should do something. At this point, I don't even know what we have to do, but I'm thinking that once we have everything set, we have to write to this individual with the receipt and everything to prove to him that we know that you have it, and then we will determine where it has to go to. So we had to abandon the place. We paid rent for about 4 months or so, just because they already had their plans. They already had their plans in motion without us knowing, and that's why they wanted the TV in their keeping. So as of right now, it doesn't matter who is saying. The equipment is in an individual's home. I just wanted everybody to know that. So you start beating the TV people. There's nothing we can do. It's in a person's home, and until we have the authority to ask him or do the same thing like he said, like they said, if you don't give it, we'll send the police to your house. But then we have to know where it's going to be housed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all for being here. Thanks for your contribution. We have MF. I'm sure that's Mike Fusey. You've been asked to unmute. Come in, sir.
Hey. All right. Thank you, coordinator. You're doing a great job. Keep it up. Yes. My first question is this: given the fact that the impeached president continues to defy the orders of the Restoration Council, when will he, and after the impeachment, when will he be called to defend the charges against him, especially considering the sense of urgency that has already been expressed by other speakers? When is he going to appear to answer the charges against him, so that this verdict can be passed on the charges that have been mentioned against him? Because we need to have some clarity on this, especially as time is of the essence. There's some noise in the background. I don't know who is talking.
Go ahead, you've been muted.
Okay, and we are paying for, my second comment here, we are paying for the ABC TV, but it is now being used as by the impeached president and those around him as his personal propaganda outlet. So, and they even blocked the RC from the Restoration Council from appearing on it. So, what are the consequences for this insubordination on the part of the current government? And we also understand that the Restoration Council has put a freeze on any further appointments by the impeached president, but he just continues to thumb his nose at the Restoration Council and continues to make his appointments, and not only make the appointments, but he fails to follow the procedure for getting these supposed appointees approved for service. That is, they are not sent for vetting. They simply assume duty, and they don't even go in for the vetting as called for in our Constitution. So given all these things, and even the fact that
the Restoration Council put a freeze on further activity with regards to the Treasury. But there are rumors that the president is continuing to make withdrawals from the Treasury. And these withdrawals are not even being used for the prosecution of this war, but rather for other uses that are not yet known to us. So, what again are the consequences for this bad behavior? Now, we have a situation within the Restoration Council itself, where we have the Secretary General and maybe others as well that are known to have leaked documents out of the Restoration Council. We know of the Secretary General who has defied the orders from the Restoration Council when laws are passed or a vote is conducted and those decisions are supposed to be published, that the Secretary General decides to sit on these decisions and then gives the false impression to the public that the Restoration Council is doing nothing. My question to the Restoration Council then is this: what are the structures within the Restoration Council to hold recalcitrant members accountable for their bad behavior? When will the Secretary General be held accountable for what she has been doing as recently as when you passed the motion of impeachment, when she tried to disrupt that vote? What are the measures that the Restoration Council has in place to sanction its own members? Thank you.
This should be very easy. Can somebody take this? RC member want to take that? We have proceedings in place to sanction members. No, we have a procedure for that. And some of these things are pending on the table because the discovery of the sabotage of the Restoration Council became very clear to many members. It was just like last week or a few days ago. So a lot of these things are just surfacing, you know. And with the other part of your question, I don't know, is there any member in the House who can answer, respond to Mike Fusey? Danny, are you there?
And Comrade Son.
I'm here, but sadly I did not follow fully the question because you know, some people are disturbed. Can you just rephrase, please?
If I can remember,
okay.
One of the first questions was, when will the president appear before the Restoration Council?
Yes.
The second is, what are the consequences of the insubordination by the president? And then the other one is, which I can remember, when will the SG be held accountable for what she has been doing? And I think there's another one. There are almost 4 of them. Going to the first one of when will he appear to the Restoration Council? That will be today, Saturday. Give us 7 days. I think the letter that has gone to him indicates that he appear before the Restoration Council. If I make a mistake, other members can correct me. That will be next Saturday. What will I think someone has already said about the accountability of the ROC to the SG. I think someone has already said that. We have the Ethics Commission, the Ethics Committee, and I can just leave it right there.
Dr. Epa, let me just follow up with that. Are you saying the Ethics Committee within the Restoration Council, or is this the Ethics Committee as we know it?
No, within the Restoration Council. The one in the one which is for the whole Amazonia is the Ethics Commission.
Okay.
Even though they are manipulating it by saying extended, because they said they have another extended, bringing in some members from the counties, from the county level, trying to feed them in that which is illegal, and only to buy some over. This question of extended cabinet meetings, extended that are just coming because of this situation in order to buy people over who will be supporting him when they go to Washington D.C. for the so-called the Constituent Assembly meeting.
What about this effort that I think the treasury is being bled empty right now? What are we going to do to stop that?
Well, we have written to as Honorable Ann was saying, or I think one other member, we have already written to the treasurer. He knows that, and then we have also written to the to those funds to be audited. The audit committee knows that, and we'll only be trying to at least call them. And if you Ambazonians, you can call them to make sure that they do their work. That will greatly appreciate it. The Restoration Council is representing you. You all have more power more than us. You have just given us the power, but it is you who has the power more than us. We are just representing you. If you can push them to do the right thing, we shall greatly appreciate it. If they cannot do it, report to us, and our own is to sanction them. Any other question regarding this? Which maybe I did not answer anything about it.
Yes, we'll have time to answer. There's a letter out there, and I think Anne knows about this treasurer, this finance committee knows about it very well. But I know that those measures have been put in place for funds not to come out.
Yeah, but I will just be very brief here. No funds are being taken out as we speak since we passed the injunction. The Treasury has not released or signed or accepted any requisitions for the account to the best of my knowledge, and because the auditing is taking place as we speak right now, so we don't want to say what we are not sure until we really have the reply from the auditors, and then we call the Treasury Board to the Finance Department of the Finance Committee of the Restoration Council, and hear who has done what, and how much is missing or how much has come in. But so far, no money is being taken out, and the LGA accounts are still very functional and operational, and even the county accounts are. You can pay in money. There's no problem with any account. It's just that they could not. No money can be taken out of those accounts without due process and approval from the Restoration Council. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Go quick. Frank. Chairman. Come in. Frank mentioned.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. All protocol duly respected. My contributions, I'm sorry it's nighttime here. Maybe my face is not very clear there, but I really wanted to be seen because somehow there are a lot of controversies going around with my name. But I wanted to contribute by saying that the Constitution or the way of the democracy of the United States of America, which is the model we are trying to copy, except I'm mistaken, is such that in such situations where the president is incapacitated or for some reason is unable or has been stopped from carrying out his functions as the president, the vice president steps up and takes over. And I think that this should have been the case, in our situation. And if it is going to be that, a new model for leadership is going to be put in place, he will have that responsibility to bring, people together, and, we go about that. Now, the other thing that has been a worry to me, with the little knowledge about law that I have, is that we impeach somebody who has a mandate. But then if Dr. Sako's mandate had legally expired, I don't think that, even if elections hadn't been held, he has a mandate that can be impeached. Delaying, justice doesn't mean that denying that justice. It can come at any time. Okay, that being said, the other thing I wanted to really say, and this I think is very important, is a lot of mistakes have been made, and one of them is this mistake that was made during the reading of the impeachment by the Restoration Council members by Comrade Ander, Honorable Comrade Ander, who is from my county. In that televised hearing, she made a lengthy statement about the former chairman of the Menchum County, alluding to a certain story that the former chairman, her former chairman of Menchum, had testified on a televised show with Chris Anu, where he said that the president influenced him to take the monies of the Menchum County and to invest that into Bitcoin. I want that to be corrected, because my interview with Chris Anu is on record, it's on a TV, and it is there. I have never anywhere misused any money from the Menchum County. I have not also introduced the president anywhere, President Sako anywhere, into any cryptocurrency. I made it very clear in that televised show how and who introduced me into it. And maybe some people are making that mistake. There are two Franks. I am Frank of Menchum, and there is a Frank of Ngoketunja. Chairman Frank of Ngoketunja introduced me into it, as well as many other people. I have my own people that I introduced, and most of them, they are not in the IG, but there are a lot of cabinet members of the IG and other directors and so on who are into it. And I made that very clear there. The video of the $14,000 that are being talked around were also made available in that show, to see the sugar canes that our brothers on the ground are using for the defense of homeland. And of that $14,000, it is on record that my money personally in it was 4,000 plus another 2,000 that I sent for a 7th sugarcane that came up after those people had told us they had 6 to give us. So I want this to be very clear. Comrade Ann said that somebody told her that I had indicated my willingness to come and testify about the president's Bitcoin stories that are going around at the Restoration Council, and she turned it down. I think that was an error, because if you are investigating a case so sensitive like this one, and the person that they are saying that is the person that introduced somebody into that thing willingly shows up for a hearing, I think we need to listen to that person, because he may or she may have a lot of vital information that will clarify everything. We need to be fair to everybody, like a lot of honorable members of the Restoration Council have said here. And I would like that, for justice sake, because Comrade Ann was one of my executives in the Menchum County, and she was a member of the Menchum County's executive forum, and these videos that were played on the TV were in that and are still in that forum, and so she saw it. So I don't know why she will go ahead and make this kind of defamatory statements about my person on TV. So that is the complaint I really came with, and should need be, I am tabling here before all Ambazonians that they should give me, my fair chance to explain on any question alluding to any Frank down to the last dime of the Menchum County funds, because nothing ever has been missing ever since I have served Ambazonia. I continue to serve Ambazonia. I continue to do that wholeheartedly with a lot of pain, but I will continue to do that because I don't have no chance or no choice. So I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and may God bless us and give us the wisdom and the courage and the willingness to free ourselves from oppression. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't know if and this sounds so comrade, this sounds a little bit, I don't know if Honorable have a quick comment to make on that, but I would prefer you that if you have, it looks like if you have some complaint of misrepresentation of your name in an investigation, I will advise you to don't only end here, please come and file a complaint with us. You know, maybe you can contact the secretary. Let her defend. Let her make a comment. Let Honorable Ann make a comment. I urge you to come to the act and make some clarification and provide evidence of any other complaint they have. They come in.
It's my former chairman of Menchum, whom I work very closely with. We were always very good. Everything or money or whatever he bought, he showed me the receipt, and I never had any room to doubt him. So when the issue of the 14,000 came up, he showed those same videos and photos that he has been provided, but till date, as I speak, the Menchum County has never received those weapons. So let me keep that aside, because that one, we cannot deal with materials that ended up only on social media platforms, and we never had them. So I have spoken to him on the background, because he told me, I've never watched it, I did not watch the show that he's talking about. But many people contacted me to tell me that, is that not the Frank is that not Frank testifying? So now he's making me to understand that there is another Frank of Nwakutunja that might have been mistaken for him. So for that one, Comrade Frank, I am very sorry for the misinterpretation. And secondly, not bringing you to the Restoration Council, I said it and I made it clean and clear that in life, when you respect somebody and that person fails you, you only acknowledge that that person now speaks the truth because you want to use his testimony against an enemy. Then you are unfair to your own self. So I said that when we gave you a vote of no confidence in Menchum, it was not because I hated you. I called you and said, we need to first just an apology, and you refused to give it, and you were so arrogant. Those are things that we already trashed in Menchum, and you had a vote of no confidence. And I told you that, I said that if I have to just accept now to give you a chance to come and testify against the president, it's like I have a problem against the president. I don't trust what you said because you already proved to me and the Menchum people that you were not trustworthy. And later on, after this show, you spoke after we've been chatting, and even today we chatted, and I told you that okay, after today, don't bother. I will bring you. I spoke to Chairman Kometa because you called Chairman Kometa, you called Baristander, and they all reached out to me. And the chairman said, okay, I should give you a chance and listen to you and your testimonies. I came back to you and said, okay, now I will bring you into the Restoration Council so that we can listen to you. And I promise you that I have nothing against you. And if I will first watch the video, take time, and if I understand that it was a mistake, I will apologize in public. I told you that if I'm not mistaken, to be honest. So I just want you to know that I don't have anything, and we are going to bring you into the Restoration Council because, like everybody told me, people change, or maybe we misunderstood you in the beginning, and I actually told you that, my brother. So I want Amazonians to know that you are going to come into to the Restoration Council with your own testimony, with the evidences at your disposal. If you say anything that is good and beneficial for this revolution, and then we will use it positively, my brother. We disagree to agree. That is all. Thank you.
No, that's fair enough. Please, Frank, make sure you follow up on that. We need to find out what is going on, clarify all this. And thank you to Honorable for that opening. Don Victoria, LGA, you have been asked to unmute. Please come in. Quick. We have 15 hands up, and we need to get to everybody here so that we can end for today. Don Victoria, come in, please.
Thank you very much for this great opportunity.
Yes, great.
Thank you again for all the honorable. Thank you for being proactive. So far, you guys coming out today has been like a big relief. This is something we recommend that you guys continue to do because you bring a lot of awareness out there. I will also seize this opportunity to make it clear that the Restoration Council has been part of a lot of chaos that is going on now. And if you people don't stamp up your way of acting, then let's prepare for the worst to come if things are not actually being put to order. I just have some quick question to ask the vice chairperson, if he's still there, who actually vetted and vouched. I won't call him comrade again because of his action. They are too dangerous. Who actually voted and vouched Sako as president or interim president into this revolution? Because I strongly believe this is someone who cannot go into his own local government area and put his face up. Secondly, there has been a lot of issue with money there where it's involved. What are like the mitigation processes that are being put in place to put a block between Sako and money? Because I can strongly believe that anywhere that there is money, he sent it, and he actually sent agent to cause a lot of havoc. Myself is a testimony which I will be bringing in the future. And to add to that again, any day that goes by is a disaster. Sako still being using the name president. I listened to one honorable saying, we are continuing to count his action and he will be judged. I think that is not being proactive. You know what he's doing every minute that Sako is there. If he could sit on top Ambazonian 8 million people and cause havoc without Ambazonia noticing. And there are a lot of people who actually could see from distance that Sako was not into this revolution. There are a lot of people, we knew that since he could speak the word that we want to hear, we fell on it, but behind the scene, he was acting contrary to what the aspiration of the people were. So, what are your people? Why is it that we are still thinking Sako, we should give him some time? The time you give, have you listened to Ochimba Nelson a few days ago? He termed the Field Marshal Ambazonia that he should be heading to La République de Center. He's calling them a Field Marshal No Pity who have done marvelous job. That is La République. Sako is indirectly building his own people to buy his notion and feeding his customer La République that he is doing the job for them. We should stop fooling ourselves. If we don't want to be proactive, Sako will be working with even 100 people that are like, I don't know, some of you work with World Financial Group that deal with maybe I don't know. He has people that he pays an agent and they are causing a lot of distraction. Please, if this is someone whom we brought in from a church, he couldn't even get 8 members in his church. Today he is like controlling 8 million Ambazonia. We have discovered him. He is at the verge of still trying to convince another 100 people And these people, they were singing the same song, and today they are calling P. Marshall a Republic agent, calling P. No pity la Republic agent, and we seek to say no, he has due process and so on. Please, please, we should think La Republic. The step you guys are taking now to be coming out, putting things to order, you should do more, because like I'm saying, Mr. Vice President, Sako fired the whole Restoration Council. You people were there. He signed a communique saying he has banned all of you. If you people never took the time to come out against Trump, he would have killed you. Is this someone you think is a leader who said, if Sako has a little bit thinking about positive in this revolution, he wouldn't come out and say, I'm not standing for any election. A person who is a true leader will taste the sample of the opinion of the people and say, okay, I will stand for the election. If you vote me again, it means I'm doing a good job. But he foresaw what is coming. He said, I will not go. A good leader should be someone, that the decision, the accountability start from top to bottom, not Sako blaming. No, it is my secretary. No, it's blaming from bottom top. So this is what I want to call to your attention. Please stop giving Sako even 4 hours. That 4 hours Sako will use to collapse you. He is thinking more than you. If you think yes, Sako is thinking already in Marua. Thank you very much.
All inputs are welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you here for being at this Restoration Council Town Hall meeting. SG, Ambazonia, Belgium, you have been asked to unmute. Please come in. And thank you for that long information, previous speaker. SG, come on, come in.
Yes, I want to greet everybody here present today. It's a nice opportunity to be the minds like you are. I just want to point out some few things.
It's a microphone. I don't keep it still. You're on the arm, or it looks like a good problem.
Okay, do you get me now, Claire?
Yes.
The vice chair didn't answer my question. I don't know if that is going to be answered. This is still Don Victoria. I sent the question to the vice chair to give me an answer about who vouched and vetted Sako.
All right. We hear you very clearly. Let me attempt to make a few comments on the question that you asked, or the point that you made.
Let's mute you because of some background noise.
I'll bring you in like SG. Done. Go ahead,
the first point, as far as I understand it, had to do with the vetting of President Sako. As you all know, the circumstances in which he came to power happened after the president at the time, Sisiku Ayuk Tabe, was abducted with the rest of the team in Abuja and taken to Yaoundé. So at that particular time, President Sako, who has been impeached, was the acting vice president. He was acting. So the Restoration Council sat and sort of like elevated him from an acting vice president to the president. That is how it happened for him to move into that position of president, because he was acting vice. If I miss any point here, maybe some of my other colleagues will clarify some of this stuff. So that is how he came into being the president of Amazonia. One of the points that you mentioned had to do with finances. As you already know, the Restoration Council has taken decisions to freeze the national treasury accounts, except, of course, finances belonging to the local government area.
local government areas can still get their funds out, but the account is frozen for every other purpose. And another, as far as I understand, also you mentioned the problem with FACO. Well, you know, FACO has had the problem within the different LGAs and the compounded problems of non-existent or virtually non-existent action on the ground against French Cameroon. And French Cameroon is getting a sort of like a free ride within the southern zone, doing whatever they want to do, particularly, let me say, Fako County.
Don't come behind me.
And we can also see how that his actions have affected those actions within the LGAs and the county in general have affected AFCON. Nothing has really happened to stop AFCON, and Amazonians are not happy with that. So you ask yourself, all this combination of things happening where everything that he does is sort of like put the brakes on the advancement of Amazonia towards our independence and our freedom. You look at every item everything that he does, it's like he's intentionally blocking our way towards independence. You know, and that is combine that with his insatiable appetite for power and control and manipulation. Those are the kind of things that Amazonians are complaining about. And the latest one, of course, that we mentioned was the corruption of our ARFs on the ground. Most of our ARF members have been very loyal towards this cause, the Amazonian just and the noble cause for freedom. But when he goes around and corrupts our good fighting forces, the good ones, and tries to bring them towards him, essentially it is again this divide and conquer tactic, which is very prevalent in French Cameroon. So our guys on the ground who are actually fighting to free our country, they are now going to be divided among themselves. And the consequences, what are the consequences? They will begin to kill each other because they will have divided loyalties between what I would call the legitimate government that is going to be in power and what I would call the breakaway government of President Sako. That is essentially what I'm saying that is going to happen. And of course, we have many times we have talked about the banning of his attempted banning of the Restoration Council, of which constitutionally does not have any power to do. Because if you look at it seriously, when one institution starts banning the other or putting it out of commission, out of office, what do you end up with? You know, the executive wants to get rid of the Restoration Council, or they say the Restoration Council decide to get rid of the entire executive branch, or vice versa. And so you end up with what? You end up without any. So you will now have a state or a nation without institutions. How can such a state exist? A situation where you have a state without institutions. That is one of the reasons why at the Restoration Council we are very, very strict, and we enforce this this policy of strong institutions and not strong men or strong women. That's why we do. That's why we do that, in order to keep cohesion within the nation, for it to be strong and for it to be able to achieve what it wants to achieve. If we get weak, we open ourselves up to French Cameroon to come and dominate us and continue to dominate us, and to make us become their slaves forever. That, of course, is something that Amazonians totally reject, and they will never happen. like they say, to the last man standing. And also, as we say, Ambazonia must be free. Yeah, thank you. If some of our other members of the Restoration Council want to chip in, please, I think this will be a good time. Thank you.
As an old member, can I just make some clarifications? As Comrade Pascal.
Just be brief. We have 15.
The vice chairman, he made a mistake because when Sisiku was arrested in Nigeria, the cabinet members, somebody has a double device. President Sako then was only a deputy, vetted as deputy SS for the Department of Foreign Affairs. And then when there was a need for someone after Barrister Bobga Harmony to take over, some candidates came up, and Sako contested with Secretary Chris and others during that elections to become acting president. And what I know is from what we got is that Secretary Chris actually won, but people discouraged it because they said he was good for communications, and Dr. Sako was given the upper hand, and he became acting president. And when Sisiku was impeached, we then went out to the cabinet to present their best candidate, and the cabinet vetted the acting president then and presented for elections. That is how, because other candidates never came up, despite the fact that the electoral modalities were set, announced, conditions, the cabinet presented the president as their own candidate, and he stood for the elections. And since he was alone, he was not just pronounced president. We actually had a vote, and we had agreed that if 2/3 majority do not vote him, then he will still not be president. But he had 2/3 majority vote and became the first president of Ambazonia. So that is how it was. Just so we are clear and we don't make errors here.
Okay.
And then talk about the unconstitutionality of the election by the Restoration Council.
Yeah. All right. Yes, thanks for that clarification. So every house, we're still going to have more town hall meetings. Let's just get these few people whose hands are up so that we can wrap up. And thank you everyone for being here. This is the Restoration Council town hall meeting of the Federal Republic of Ambazonia. God bless you all. SG, Ambazonia, Belgium, John, unmute. You can come in now quickly, sir.
Okay. Thank you once more. I don't know if you can get me.
Yes. Well, then 5.
I just want to point out some certain things which I think are not so healthy for the prosecution of this war when it concerns us Ambazonians. One thing I noticed was this absence of integrity. A lot of us lack this sense of integrity. There is this issue that if it's not because I have a problem with A or B, that some of the things I was told by A or B are supposed to be voiced out there. I understand that to do with lives as well, then these things have to be brought out to the public. But a lot of us spend our time on social media, I don't know, demonizing others, assassinating the characters of others, which I think it's not something good for nation builders. And then the question that I want to ask, especially to the ABC members that are currently following us, is why was the Restoration Council not given airtime on the ABC? Because if they had the courage to appear in front of us today, or to even take the floor and voice out their complaints, they were supposed to begin by telling us why the Restoration Council was not given airtime. I heard somebody trying to ask the chairman of the Restoration Council if he actually knows the procedure to get funds, which for me it's more of like an insult. And then thirdly, I want to ask what are we going to do to encourage to actually contribute? What projects do we have? I'm not like that we should put them out now, but it's just a way of pointing out that we should be thinking about that. I know the impeached person, the outgoing president. He is currently coming out with some projects to for funds, to raise funds. So we should more of like come out with projects and then raise funds. Those are some of my concerns. The others have been answered already. Thank you very much.
Can somebody take our brother's question just briefly, quickly? The first question.
What was the first question?
What was the first question again? John, what was our first question again?
Well, he talked about ABC. If I'm not
no, why
mistaken.
we never got a spot there? Something. I think we had
answered that. Maybe our comrade wasn't here earlier. I think it was said that. I mean, it was clarified that we had contacted ABC and they've refused in a more direct way to say that they've just used a way for us not to come on ABC. So we've made that clarification time and again. I guess our comrade maybe wasn't here when that was said. So I don't know. We can go ahead with other questions.
Well, let me just add one thing there. You have said it very correctly. I think and I believe that the main reason why they did not want, or they do not even want us to come to ABC, even though we have a right to be there, is that some of the supporters do not watch ABS. So they do not even want us to come there for those who are watching ABC to know anything about what we're about to say. So that is why I would say that if you're an analyst, you will look at that. He has this meeting today only to make sure that those his supporters should not even come to this town hall to learn something, because they've been told, don't even watch ABS. I have members in my LGA, don't even watch it. Thank you.
And to be all fairness, I also want to let you all know that I think the SG, she did came to say one time to the communication committee that she has secured a spot for the RC at ABC. However, when all these problems started coming out, they started making it difficult for any RC to really have a slot there, except the reason for coming there is properly a lot of screen. So there's no doubt that there's a problem. There's a censorship there's some level of censorship of RC accessing ABC TV. Let's go to some people. Reverend Asong, you have been asked to unmute. Please unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you.
Yes.
Greetings, everyone, and God bless you all. Thanks for the patience. I just have a couple of things to say here. Why the ROC is taking their time, people are getting discouraged on a daily basis, and people are dropping out of the revolution on a daily basis. I think the Ambazonians have spoken that they need an immediate removal of Dr. Sako. I think you guys should go with what the people have said and do it immediately. In Fako, everything is standstill since December the 31st, when I went on ABC on the 28th and told La Republique that Fako is not going to be the same way that it used to be. Business is going to be different. On the 31st, the president went out and told La Republique that no, what Reverend Asong said is not going to happen because I have dissolved them and CAN is going to take place. I believe that the Restoration Council, the FACO people were expecting them to call the president and question why he made such a pronouncement, but they did not. And after that, the president went ahead and started working with FOMBAT, who is not under any county or any LGA. And the Restoration Council did nothing about it. The president did not just end there. He had to form a parallel FACO county called FACO United. And the Restoration Council did not do anything about it. A lot of people were added into that forum. So I think based on all these things that he did in FACO, and the Restoration Council were not able to call him and say, Mr. President, based on the Amber Peace Plan, you cannot challenge the decision of the people. That gave him that authority to continue to do what he is doing up to present moment. Because the Bible says that despise not little beginning. The fact that he started in FACO and he was not called to order, he thought that what he was doing was the right thing. And that's why he keeps doing it up to today. Another point is, CAN was around the corner. AFCOM was around the corner. And some goodwills Ambazonians were supporting us in FACO. And they said, Reverend Asong, you guys cannot give up. This struggle is for us. Let's see what we can do to make FACO active. And though we lost some boys in the course of that CAN, some fighters died when they went and attacked in Seme Beach. Some of them lost their life. And we decided to stay quiet, but some Ambazonians said, hey, Reverend, you guys cannot give up. This is our fight. And that's when I made an audio and told Dr. Sako that whatever you are hiding in FACO, I think you are protecting your county. Because if you are not protecting your county, there is no reason why somebody who has a track record of proving to the Ambazonia people that she can do something will decide to dissolve that person and maintain somebody who has been there for years and he has not been able to do anything. Please mute your child if you are home. So that has been going on and he has taken you guys for granted. And that's why he keeps doing what he's doing. And I wish that the Restoration Council can really act as fast as possible within this week. Another point is the Restoration Council members that sent out a communique saying that they distance themselves from the decision of the Restoration Council. I think that is a blow to the Restoration Council members that those guys, those individuals are supposed to be removed from the Restoration Council automatically. If you work for an organization, whether you are volunteering your services in that organization, when you go out of the ethics of conduct, it's automatic. They will just tell you your service was welcome, but we don't think we need you here anymore. I think that's the first thing that the Restoration Council should have told the Amazonia people, that though this thing is voluntary, but there are certain things we cannot accept. Because if you go out in the public and humiliate the institution that you are supposed to protect by saying that you distance yourself, you have the right to say that I did not partake in that election. But going to the extent of writing a letter, sending out on social media, it shows how the house is not organized. I think it's a problem right there. The second point that I want to bring here is, why on earth would the Restoration Council give the letterhead to a secretary and the vice secretary is there and he doesn't have that letterhead? The chairman is there himself and his vice, and they don't have the letterhead that we are hearing that the Secretary General had to hold the Restoration Council hostage from releasing the decisions that they agree for Secretary Chris and Madam Irene to be suspended for 2 months. I think that is a big problem. And Restoration Council has made Madam Lobati to think that he has the knife and the yam to decide the way this revolution will go or what happened in that Restoration Council. I think it's high time you guys have to take her out, because this whole saga that we are going through now is her problem. She has caused it on us. Because had been you guys have told Amazonians 2 months ago or 3 months ago that these are the sanctions we have given to both Secretary Chris and Madam Irene, we will not be where we are today. I think that's a big problem right there. Another point, I think according to that constitution, the president has already gone out of control. You guys need to tell Amazonians that the vice president automatically take over. Why you guys are working on bringing him to listen to you guys if at all he will even show up or not. Those are my few comments that I wanted to bring to this house. Thank you guys very much.
Okay, thanks. What want to comment on that? I just want to say on. Go ahead. And let's try to be. Let's try.
Yeah, very roughly.
Yes.
The FACO issue
was well investigated.
The FACO issue had personally taken it very serious, and in fact, I had made pronouncement that that matter was going to be discussed in the Restoration Council, and it was. I had advised the president on this FACO issue 2 times or more. I told him, Mr. President, as a leader, as an administrator, what you have to do in this case, don't handle a thing yourself. Let's have a committee of about 7 or 12 people. I told him that the 7 is a mystical number, the number of completion. And 12 is also a mystical number, which is the 12 apostles. I said, if we want to enlarge that committee, let it be 12. Let former side get 4 people. Let Reverend Asong and Molaidi have 4 people. And the 4 who are remaining, you give me 2 people, and I will get somebody from the Restoration Council, and you give us the blessing for us to go and solve that problem. I said, because in leadership, the leadership, when you know that you go somewhere where you might not, people will not hear you. They don't want to hear anything about you. Hand the leadership to somebody else. And I told him, I said, that's what I do in Gucci. There are certain things that I look at it that I'll call one of my members and say, you will be the one to coordinate this meeting, call people and set it up. Sometimes I will not even be in that meeting. I said, that is what I think we can do. And then he started only preaching. I just looked at it and I tried the second time. So we gave him a recommendation. Now he stood on air and said, it was just a recommendation, not a prescription. And I made it very clear to him, not to somebody else, to him, to Barrister Fulu Johnson, to Pastor Commando. I said, in the Restoration Council, we are going to give him a prescription, not more recommendation. Since he made that statement, because all of us in the Restoration Council, maybe with just a few members, were not happy that he went on air on ABC and made that statement. So now we gave him 3 months.
But let's
and the 3 months have expired.
Let's wrap
so
up.
We are going to take action. Let me just tell you. You in FACO begin to get your LGAs together. We are going to, because the mandate we gave him is ended. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I just want to let you know that the Restoration Council was very involved in the FACO issue. They sent a commission, they investigated, they come up with recommendations, they forwarded it to the presidency, and some were changed. They were not followed as prescribed. They were changed because they wanted to implement it the other way. And then for the letterhead, just to answer your question, the Secretary General has been the one who has been in the Restoration Council for a long time. She was the one who that.
Let me correct that one, Comrade Pascal. No. We had a Secretary General, Chris Chopper Ayafo, who never had a deputy then. And we used to help him from time to time. And then Dr. Lubati proved to be the person who was really available to help. So when the outgoing Secretary General withdrew, decided to step aside, she was the most competent person that could take over before most of you joined the Restoration Council. And then since then, everything that was with the former Secretary General was transferred to her. So when this Deputy General now was voted, she kept promising that she was going to give the letterhead, and each time, but the chairman said it in many meetings that you have to give the letterhead to the Secretary General, and she has never said no, she will not give it. She says yes, just like the articles or whatever resolutions that we take that we vote in the Restoration Council, and we ask her to publish. She always says yes, but she ends up not doing it. So that's how she has been doing. It's not like we were quiet. And even the case of FACO, even after the investigative team was set, the president was convened to the Restoration Council purposely for that. We asked him a lot of questions, and I remember one of them, he said, because I remember asking him even directly that why would he not put a neutral person, and then went back to one of the two people who, especially the former who was outvoted and replaced by Reverend Alson. And he said Reverend Alson did not show up in some of the meetings that were organized. So we at the Restoration Council have held about 3 meetings with the president only to talk about FACO, and I've been in those 3 meetings. So you cannot say that we have not been doing a lot. We've convened him 3 times only to talk about FACO. Please, if he has been, if there is nothing that has been done, it's not because the Restoration Council did not try. We try. Thank you.
Well, like the Webber said, it's not over. All this is not over. So this is not vain. We're in a vain situation where there's no hope. Everything is not over. Mas, I hope we did answer all the questions, but we can still come up to this. Well,
Pascal, can you say that the last hand so that more hands should not come up again?
We have 4 hands, no more hands after this. In more hands. Mas, come.
When you read out, you have Mas, Lady Alem, after him is Loba, Comrade Oliver.
Please, let's have 1 or 2. This thing is getting very long, and people, I think a lot of questions have been answered already, and it's getting really late. So let's just get 1 or 2 because.
You are the co-host. You can unmute yourself to talk, please.
These ones out there here, nothing more else. Well, they are almost done. Come in, Mas. It's quick.
Okay. Honorable House, thank you, Honorable Chairman. You acknowledged, Honorable VP of the Vice Chairman of the Restoration Council, you acknowledged, and all the other honorable members, you acknowledged, and fellow comrades, good evening or good morning, wherever you may be. Most of the things that I wanted to bring up have been brought up, especially by Reverend Asson in her number 1 point. A lot of the things I wanted to say, she said. But what I would like the Restoration Council to understand now is that we're where we are, and we're losing, let's say on ground zero, this resolution is about to be tipped over by Sako, the impeached president. Every day that the Restoration Council gives Sako for him to attend the hearing, it's only crumbling this revolution. So my suggestion, this is a suggestion, is that the Restoration Council should give him 24 or 48 hours. There are a lot of things there that they can use. He doesn't really need to gather evidence or to come and defend evidence. It's just a facts.
He has broken the government. He has created a pseudo APP. Those are facts. He doesn't really need to defend anything. The Restoration Council needs to call him and say, these are facts on which you've been impeached. Lots of these things are listed in the impeachment resolution that you gave out. Call him and state these are facts, and therefore you are not fit to be the leader of this revolution. We want this revolution to be prosecuted to the end, not to be handed over to La République. So therefore, you are impeached, and you're no longer impeached. You're being replaced, and we think, according to the Constitution, the VP, the Vice President of the IG, needs to take over. We need somebody in place. The people are out there looking for someone to be a leader. They need direction. And each day that those orphans are out there with no direction, SACO is gaining. Boys and girls are dying on the ground. We cannot sit here and be giving SACO till Saturday. Saturday is too long. How many lives are we prepared to lose before we do something about this? How many more lives do we really need to sacrifice for the sake of SACO? It's really disheartening that our boys and girls are dying on the ground, and we're here trying to play is it hide and seek with an impeached president who is not even respecting the Restoration Council. He himself has impeached the Restoration Council, so he doesn't even consider the Restoration Council as anything. The Restoration Council are here. They cannot even say, look, okay, this is our point. 24 hours, 48 hours. If this doesn't happen, we need to do something to save lives on Ground Zero, to save this struggle. It's about this struggle, not about impeach President SACO, please. It's very painful for me to sit here and hear that we're giving him till Saturday. I must say, thank you. I hear. And sorry, before I go, sorry. If we follow from the statement that the vice chairman of the Restoration Council last gave, if you listen to what he last gave, that should be enough. That should be enough reason. He himself has said it. We should not be playing games with impeach President SACO. He's given all the reasons why the Restoration Council should not impeach, should tell SACO tomorrow or the day after, you need to step down. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll take the next hand.
Moderator, just a quick point of correction order before we leave so that people don't go with some kind of impression. The ROC guarantees the democratic rights of every Ambazonian, whether they are wrong or right. Ambazonians have a right to protest, including members of the ROC. They can write a memorandum to dissociate themselves from any resolution that has been taken. It is their democratic right, and we cannot be like La République or like the SACO government is trying to do, removing people because they disagree with a particular point that was voted. Majority carries the vote, and that's the essential in the ROC. Thank you.
So you're saying that the disclaimer letter that was written by those other RC member is still constitutional and there's nothing wrong with it, right?
There is nothing wrong in that. They did not carry the day. They would have voted and carried the day. So it is irrelevant. It is irrelevant, but it is the right of parliamentarians to protest against. We have seen the SDL parliamentarians walk out of La République Parliament. We have seen them even hold the House hostage. I just want this so that people don't think that we can be removing people from forums. That's what we are, the RC are against. Just because they voice dissident, they present dissident voices.
Yeah. She has hijacked all the fora. Tell them.
Please, we're not arguing here. Let's be civil.
Loba.
It's just a clarity, no argument.
Yes, thanks for the education. Loba, please come in quick. We have 6 more hands to go. We're almost done. Loba,
please, are we going to take all those hands? We need to close this meeting.
Let's 6, please. Let's 6.
We have 50 so far, please, honorables. I'm begging you. We just have 6 more hands. We can make it. Come in, Loba.
All right. Greetings, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you guys once more again here.
Yes, let's be straight. Let's be straight.
I'm going straight to the point, and I'll have some very divergent views here. Excuse. I think it's time we should say enough is enough. I don't believe in too much of bureaucracy in a revolution. I believe in a radical approach. I would say, and I will join my voice with those who used to say the formation of government and revolution was not the best idea because it has led to what we are facing today. I will try to enumerate a little bit of points here where I hold Dr. Sako's leadership incompetent. There's no need to be beating around the bush. I belong to the Department of Defense, and I've x-rayed everything from the onset of this revolution, or let me say President Sako's leadership. I think I've been seeing failures here and there. Maybe I am part of the failures, but even if I'm part of it, I have to say it so that if I'm not competent, somebody else can take over. Gentlemen, believe me, we are almost 4 years or more into the mandate of President Sako. And those who say we have made tremendous progress, I would say you're lying to yourself because we haven't. Maybe in the diplomatic area, but not in the area of self-defense. A revolution like us, where we are fighting for liberation and not change of governance within a certain country, we should be very proactive in defense. Because as far as I'm concerned, this leadership of President Sako, I don't hate him, but I have to speak the truth. This leadership cannot show one thing that they can say as people who are pursuing revolution for liberation have done. There is nothing. This state or the federal government cannot boast of even a small 10-feet container of materials for people who are fighting liberation war. So I hold Dr. Sako responsible for that. And I would like this house to stop all this grammar that we are speaking here, go straight to the point and say, Mr. President, the time is up. In as much as we are trying to follow the democratic process, there is no democracy in a revolution, because if there was democracy in a revolution, he himself would have understood that, oh, I failed my people. Let me step aside. From what I'm saying, Sako is not ready to give power anytime soon. And what I'll advise this house, like somebody within, people should start think of how you secure us a cache of arms. Let's fight this war. If it means forming a liberation movement, give it a different name. Forget about the name IG. Let's do it. There is only one call to this. Provide the arms and you win the war. Because what Dr. Sako is doing is trying to build a personality cult here.
Please, can you run up?
So I'll try to talk about this thing of Fako again. There is nothing to be worrying about. I will tell the Fako people here, clean and clear, that put your county together, have your boys on the ground. President Sako or whoever president will come has no right to say you have dissolved an executive of a county. You didn't put that executive. And going by that motion of dissolving the Restoration Council or recalling members of the RC by the various LGS and the counties, I think that was a fraud. That was a big time fraud. I attended that meeting, and as usual, they hurriedly say whatever they wanted to say for people to start giving their votes or whatsoever. I don't fall into such trap. I think in such a situation, we all are represented by our various LGs in one way or the other. You cannot call my chairman, for example, to come to a meeting of that sort without the chairman getting the points or our own views, those of us in the various counties, that this is our motion. You just call an extended executive members meeting, then you get to it, do one or two dribbling with the constitution, then say pass this motion. that was fraud, because no chairman there can say, okay, this thing was taken back to my county for us to deliberate on before we give our own stand. I think they were just doing that individually. And again, still on the same front, we have somebody who sat and said he represented FACO in the name of Fumba. He's a defense commander like me, we have to tell him the truth. That was another fraud, because if you have dissolved a county executive, for example, as President Sako said, actually no one was supposed to be there that you represent FACO. And again, there's something that passed within the last couple of months or weeks. We keep looking at it like it's something that is nice. It's not nice, because it has further split the defense apart, even though it's not showing quite outrightly there. But that's the thing. The appointment of CDOs or whatsoever, it was uncalled for. I never supported it. I'll never say I'll give my go ahead for things like that, because the president cannot choose people that you don't know. Counties send their representatives, you decide to choose your own. And it has made a situation where some people don't want to stand for the truth. Some people are supporting the president based on the fact that they were appointed. I wonder the kind of revolution that we are pursuing with all these ups and downs. So what I would recommend, I have a lot to talk, but let me just try to give other people a chance. What I would recommend this Restoration Council and the people of Ambazonia to do, nobody is above Ambazonia. All of us said nobody, sitting here, nobody is more of an Ambazonian than the other. They should call for an inclusive meeting on both sides and decide. If President Sako doesn't want to come to that inclusive meeting, they immediately send him, forget about impeachment, tell him that you have been kicked out. The vice president take over. We continue from there. And while doing that, one thing we should not forget, we make sure we solicit for funds among ourselves to pursue this revolution. So I think that's what I have to say for now. Thank you.
Wrap up. Just for the record, Olivia, I'm gonna send you a mute to unmute. Just for the record, the RC doesn't hate the president. The RC is not bought by La Republic. The RC is not against the president. Yes, the RC is just here to work for the Ambazonian people. For those who are just coming in. Olivia, you'll be on mute. Please come in. Quick.
Thank you, sir. I'm not.
We're not taking. Just wait. We are not taking any more hands again. I see some hands that have come up. We have Fred, Lou, Eric. I have to lower all your hands. I'm sorry. The last person is gonna be Niche, Chris. That's all. So come in, please. Speak quickly, Olivia.
Yeah, I was just trying to say that I'm not Olivia, as you keep calling me. I'm
sorry. Sorry.
Yeah.
You say you correct me, please. Correct.
Let me go straight. Let me just say what I want to say. Thank you. When the RSC installed President Sako 2 years ago, I think they did mention a 2-year mandate. And has the RSC informed President Sako that because President Sako has indicated beyond every doubt that the RSC hasn't got the constitutional mandate to conduct an election and hasn't got the constitutional authority to rule over him. But has the RSC reminded President Sako that if he accepted a mandate from the RSC, it means the RSC has a constitutional mandate to conduct an election. And if he says that the RSC doesn't have a constitutional mandate to conduct an election, does it mean that it simply means that the RSC did not have the constitutional mandate to make him president in the first place, which means he's illegitimate? I think that's a very open and short case. If the RSC doesn't have the constitutional authority over him and the RSC made him president, then it simply means that the RSC did not have the right to make him president, which means he's not supposed to be president. So his 2 years have been illegitimate. Has that been made to them? Second issue here is that we hear the RSC talking so much about the president has snubbed them and the president has done that. Has over these 2 years, has the president, the RSC been in any way called on the president to submit his candidates for vetting? Because it would be totally unheard of that the RSC over 2 years has just sat quiet, witnessed the president doing his own thing, appointing his cabinet members, installing them in office, and knowing fully well that they have constitutional authority to vet those guys, and they have never submitted a request to the president that they need to vet it. Then what has the RSC been doing for 2 years? Has the RSC ever, within these 2 years, even tried to assert its constitutional authority as a supervisory agency over state agencies like the ABC TV, which they are supposed to? Because when I hear the RSC coming here and whining that, the ABC TV does not allow us to talk on them, I'm like, who are you supposed to? Did you have to go begging on bended knees that they should give you authority, or you are supposed to assert your constitutional authority to talk to them? Again, when I hear you talking about the fact that the Secretary General did not allow you to do anything because the letterhead was not available, it's laughable, because we are in an electronic age. That letterhead is electronic. The RSC has been issuing letters, electronic letters with that same letterhead. One of you has a letter that has been issued either in the past or anywhere with that same letterhead. Was it not a question of just downloading that letter that you already have in your keeping, erasing the content and putting new content? So how do you expect anybody here to sit here and believe that you could not do anything simply because a Secretary General did not give you a letterhead, as if it was a gold letterhead that was locked in a drawer somewhere that you could not open the drawer? Does that make any sense to anybody?
Yeah, can I come in here, comrade? I think you've
I'm still
spoken.
talking. I'm not yelling. Yeah, run.
No, you've taken some time, and there are others, and this meeting is getting very long, please.
Yeah, so no, don't cut me short. So I'm criticizing you.
I'm going to come to that, but you go ahead, London, because you're taking time, and
no, the last speaker took more time than I did.
Listen, I don't have anything personal about you, right? I'm okay for you to go ahead and learn. I'm just saying, time is not on us. Look, it is getting very late.
This time that you spend talking to me.
Yeah, go ahead, because you okay. You learn, and I'm going to respond to you.
Okay. So my problem here is that the RSC should stop being reactive and become proactive. In a revolution, you have to be proactive. The RSC has been silent for how long? 2 years, doing nothing, or what, I don't know. But you have to be proactive. A way forward I will put here is simple. I heard other people proposing that the vice president should take over. I think there's already a divided house, where part of the house is for the vice president, part is for the president. If you put the vice president in charge, you are simply telling the other side that opposes the vice president that, oh, we will be at daggers drawn. There's a middle of the road policy, and which is take your action and hand the government to the House of Chiefs. The House of Chiefs are the people's house. Those are the people's representatives. Hand this government to them, give them a mandate for 3 months to manage the affairs of Amazonia, under which you come up with a legitimate program to conduct an election. And that done, the House of Chiefs will be generally accepted by the people. The revolution will move on. And like my former colleague just said, Sangolova, we will focus on the war, because that's exactly why we are here. Thank you.
All right. Then you go ahead. I have a lot of things to answer to that. Go ahead, Danny.
Okay, comrade, thanks so much for that comment. Please don't take it that I was cutting you short because you're criticizing. That's not the point. I'm really begging as much as possible. There are people in Europe that need to go and sleep. It's already 1:30 something. So you must understand the reason why I've been, you're not the only one. I've been stressing on this over and over.
Wait. Let me just add to your point. This guy, Danny, he has been contacting me at the background constantly to stop taking hands. So it's not about you. This honorable, he has been texting me and communicating that with time. So that's why I was stressing about time. But go ahead.
Yeah, so one of the things I would say is thanks so much for your contribution, and thanks for the criticism. It is I don't think that it's the criticisms should be taken wrongly. But what I want to also say is that you cannot accept things that you don't know, because, for example, you can't just say, have we ever asked for the president to send, you know, his cabinet list or for vetting and stuff like that. You don't know that. So you cannot just conclude by saying that. Another thing you talk about the aspect of the laughable aspect of the SG keeping records and stuff like that. You still don't know the circumstances, and I think a lot of people here have tried to explain the reason why certain things have happened, and we cannot just conclude in a rush that it is because of you know, of our fault in a sense. Yes, we take certain responsibility, but you must understand we're in a revolution. There are spies, there are people who are trying to delay stuff like that. So if things are happening the way we are seeing, let us treat and go forward with it. Talking about digital stuff like that, it's not everybody that has got that capability or that understanding like you might do. So yes, it's a good point, and I think that there's, you know, structures that are coming in place. And I just want to put this note, please. The RC is waking up, is working hard to make sure that this revolution gets back on track. So it's not like we are not working. It's not like things are not happening. So let me keep it that way and pass on to you somewhere.
Yeah, let me add it to that. What you don't understand when it comes to vetting the chairman, that is one factor that has stressed the relationship of the chairman of the RC and the president, because he was always somehow pressurizing that this person has to be vetted, this person has to be vetted, and that exchange, it become a problem. You know, we have done that. RC ever tell the president he has 2 term? He even signed a letter. They have a letter that they give him that he has 2-term mandate. And one of our honorables explained this earlier about the willful delay. We have a SG about the SG letter. In RC, we have protocols. You just cannot just take a letter and say that because it's not going on, you just erase the whole thing and then you put your own this in the Senate and because you think that the SG no. And even with that, there was never a reason for somebody to feel or know that this was a deliberate tactful action, because there were times that she would be like, I'm at work, I'll send it tomorrow, my computer died. Even the last letter that Chairman Committee sending outside, that the whole people were going wild, is because he had been very frustrated for almost a week trying to get that letter out. And then when she finally reached home, she said that her computer was hacked, you know. So, and Chairman Committee explained that the computer was hacked. People were laughing. They thought I was a script, but it was just that frustration that he finally copy and paste the whole thing without necessarily doing some other rounding check. So a lot of things has been. It's not just what you think. What you understand is that you are dealing with an individual who does not have the will to do the right thing. You know, doesn't want to vet, wants to appoint the way he wants. You hold this meeting, he's holding a parallel meeting to counter that. Look at what we're doing now. We're holding a town hall meeting, he's holding a parallel town hall meeting just to disrupt the process. Someone in this is trying to erase general. So you are dealing with people, they have come out, they first take constitution, now they are not talking about the constitution again. They say, all right, they say 2-year mandate. They say, no, the RC doesn't have a 2-term, don't have the power to give them 2-term mandate. Then they come out, they say, no, why did the RC wait 2 years? Oh, do you do the investigation before you do the final? So all kinds of, we are dealing with a regime or individuals who don't have the will to do the right thing. That's what we are facing. But let's just put it there. G Fortune, I'm going to send you a notification to unmute. Please unmute. We have 2 more people to go. Thank you all for being here. And if any conclusion, we will wrap it up. G Fortune.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for giving me to speak. Yeah, I just want to ask, and I just want to ask the Restoration Council, or that what gives you people the latitude to think that you guys can carry out this revolution forward, or can repair this revolution when this same thing that you guys are claiming has been spoken 2 years ago, and some of you, even your chairman on the Restoration Council, was part of that meeting who cried and said he didn't know that Sako was this. And then now, after 2 years, you guys come as if you are just trying to, you are discovering new things and know that is what Sako is. What gives you that attitude that we can trust you guys for you to come out with a way that we can carry this revolution forward? And not just you, even the former people of the Sako government, who are now pretending as if they didn't know that Sako was this because they were part of it. You guys tried to disrupt everybody who were trying to point out that this Sako and his team are are not working for the revolution, but you guys disrupted everybody, and then now you come and pretend.
If you are going to be uncivil, we're going to mute you and we're going to remove you. So please give your point. Give your point in a civil way, please.
Let me speak.
Let him speak.
What makes people think that? So what you're supposed to be doing now is to go back and apologize to the Ambazonian people for taking all these years to disrupt the revolution. You guys were the same people. You guys know about the blue and white army that's to form, and some of you are part of it. And then now you come now, you are pretending as if you are trying to fix something that you were part of it. Is it because you guys have been shortchanged or what? But do people take Amazonian people to be fools? Do you think Amazonian people are so foolish that they don't keep record, or they forget? They forget so easily.
Please,
please, let him speak. Let him speak. Let him speak.
You guys should just stop what you're doing and
let him be civil. That's the point.
Who are genuine.
He's just yelling.
Not you, the person like Secretary who have been out there lambasting fighters, doing everything. He's pretending now as if he just discovered these things now, and you guys are believing him. Do you think are we going to have a nation with people like you, people who claim to be so knowledgeable, and then you stay for 2 years, 3 years for this revolution to be destroyed, and you be part of it, and you come now and pretend to the people?
All right.
Please, if he's insulting, let us stop.
No, let me.
Make your point without being insulted.
He's come with an agenda.
You guys have been part of this destruction.
It's okay.
Okay, are you done now?
Yeah, let me.
We're going to allow the same thing.
Honorables, please respect yourself and let the moderator handle the situation. I'm begging you all, please. So, sir, let's say, please, I'll need you to.
It's okay, Anne. It's okay.
It's okay.
Let the moderator continue.
Sir. I mean, your input is welcome. You know, what you have to understand is that you talked about 2 years ago. The president had a mandate, okay? It doesn't matter what happened before in his past. When somebody has the right to their way, you can't stop them that. Because please, let's work with facts and evidence. That's what the situation is. We understand the frustration, but that is not as practical as you think. Let's get Majes, please come in. You know, that wasn't a question. That was just somebody airing his frustration, and that is okay. Majes, please come in. Your hand is up. Thank you for being here.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, your honorables. Can you hear me, please?
Sure, right.
Yeah, you know, my hand was raised like earlier on.
I know. Go to the point. I saw you're missing the forum and everything. And
yes. So I just want to thank all of you. I like the way you have conducted this meeting. I'm so proud of you all. I want to thank especially Ma Ann. She's a woman in there. And she's an upright woman, and she's doing her best to make sure that we have a good country. Now, I want to thank Dr. Epa for accepting to apologize. Apologize. Yes, we need an apology. Yes, the Ambazonians need an apology. You guys need to apologize to the Ambazonians. Do not say that, oh, no, he should have done it. But people have hurt. People are hurting. Our brothers have died in the bushes. People are living in refugee camps with no money. And we have spent 2 years. Some of us have worked hard and taken 2 jobs to find money for this revolution. And we are still stagnant. I want to declare that we should declare a state of emergency. We do not want any government, no to any government. We cannot continue doing the same thing and expect different results. Government 1 has failed us. Government 2 has failed us. So we will not continue with government. We let the Restoration Council be given more powers. We want to empower you. We empower you to take control of the treasury, take control of everything, vet your members, make sure that you have good people in there that are working for the Amazonian people. I know the ones that we have been put there are upright people. I can see from you all and from the way you're stabilizing that you are upright people. So I stand with you and I say no to government. If we are going to prosecute this war and get our people freedom in the fastest way possible, we need a defense council that is going to be in charge of everything. They will come and ask ask us for money, and the counties and the LGAs will raise money. Let the power go back to the counties and the LGAs. Let them be the ones to fundraise, resource mobilize with everything that the Defense Council wants us to do, because they need money. When I look at the boys, I saw some boys in Fako today with flip-flops, boys with flip-flops. Where has the CID money gone to? Who is in charge of that CID money? We are putting our money in there every month, and yet look at our boys wearing flip-flops. Are we not ashamed? Yes, I am really ashamed as a mom. Those boys are raggedy. Those boys are raggedy, and they're giving up their lives for us, and we treat them like that. What a shame. So again, I am saying that we need a defense council. Maybe we need communication and diplomacy and human resources, not to a government. Africans like nepotism, tribalism, and it doesn't end. Even those that come to the United States and go to Europe, they still continue practicing. We are not different from La Republic of Cameroon. We have blamed them, but our people are showing the same signs of nepotism, tribalism, and all that. Not a government. Restoration Council, take over. This is a state of emergency. Defense Council, take over. Diplomacy and communication, take over. And human resources, resource for our refugees on ground one. I really feel passionate about this. Thank you, sirs. I commend you. You have done a great job. Continue to do what you're doing, but we need fast results. We don't want you sitting on memos forever. Fast results and immediately. And you need a budget. You guys need a budget. It's disgraceful to see that Chairman Kometa went to Nigeria with nothing. Why would he be going around using his own money? Where is our CID money? Where is it? Look at our refugees in ground one. In ground one, they are suffering. And we have CID money. We can't help them. I am in their human resources department. We were supposed to fit two settlements this December, but we had money only for one settlement, which was about 11,000. The next settlement was going to be about another 9,000, but in the human resources department, we did not have that money. We have only about $4,000 in our account, and you have prisoners crying every day in Kondangi. What is going on? The government has not worked. Stop it, please. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Majed, that was very passionate of you, and I understand the frustration. Thank you for your contribution. I want to pass on an education for all of us ambassadors. There's something that we need to understand, and I don't even want us to go deep into this. Government, Revolutionary Council, IG, whatever you call them, this and that. It is. I'm not defending this government issue, but I just want us to understand what we should focus on is the character of the people. If you form a revolutionary council and put people there, as long as you have people there who are too lazy to answer a simple phone call, it takes them 2 days to get it, it's not going to make difference. If you form a government, you have people who are too lazy to answer a phone call, it takes them 2 days, it's not going to make a difference. It's the content of the character of the people. There are many groups of people that if they give them our advantage, they give us them the government like ours that we have, they will run it so efficiently that they will make good results. So it's the content of the character of the people that matters. It doesn't matter what you call it. If you give this government...
I'm not talking about a defense council. People who are for defense only. Defense council, not
okay, that's still possible. But thank you very much. I really appreciate you being here today. We'll go to Nietzsche Christie. That was the last person. Can you all believe that we made it? Nietzsche, you have been unmuted. We are not taking any more hands again.
No, please, from the pastor, you take our former vice chair's hand last.
Okay,
special guest. Nietzsche, please come in.
The name is Nti Chris.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I want to thank the Restoration Council for the marvelous job you're doing. But for me, I have 2 questions, but I will start by saying that the Restoration Council is doing quite a lot, but I think it's very slow on the present situation we have right now. For example, the first part I would like to elaborate. The first question I would like to ask is this. When they were setting up the government, Was there a preamble? Was there a procedure in place just in case the government does something and has to be impeached? Because we cannot impeach a government and they are still controlling the finances, everything about the of the Amazonian people. The Restoration Council is supposed to have like a system in place, which I don't know if they have. That's why I'm asking. If they have a system in place to freeze all the Amazonian money so that the president will not be able to control this money and to be able to use it now, like the ABC, all those things, like how to control the password, the account, everything of ABC. I don't know how it was set up. And I believe that if that was a loophole that happened during that period, we should try to be able to control it next time. Just if somebody else come in who would be able, if they say you are not doing things according to what we want and you have been impeached, there should be a system in place to be able to freeze the account of everything so that the president will not have access to Amazonian money and will not have access to Amazonian TV to be able to, because we pay for that TV. So the president cannot lock the Restoration Council out of the TV because we are supposed to be, they are supposed to be able to pass their information out. It's their right. It's not something they even have to ask for them, even have to beg them to do so. Then secondly, I wish to ask what the Restoration Council has done in respect to the fact that the IG is still getting money from the people. If they are willing to, or if they are on the process of passing the communique out to make the people know that they should no longer be contributing to this particular government for the meantime, because the government now has been impeached, so they should not be able to have control over money. So far, what I wanted to know, and thank you so much for the job you are doing. And I really want to emphasize on the fact that we are in a pressing situation. Every action taken now, there should be some speediness in the action. That way, we don't get to lose a lot of people who are getting discouraged and they are looking. I have a whole couple of friends now who are like, I told you, you guys were talking about the IG, stuff like that. I didn't want to be a part of it, stuff like that. Look at what is going on. I think we should be able to take this action faster so that we don't lose many people along the way. Thank you so much for everything you've done.
Thank you for your contribution. Thank you for your contribution. We'll give the last hand to Wonja. No, we don't take any more hands again. Tekum as MWW. I'm sorry, we are not taking any more hands again. I'm sorry, you all. Let me just say this.
Wonja is co-host, so he can unmute himself to speak.
We don't. All the RC members can be co-hosts, honorable. Please.
No, I just made it because he got lost, so I didn't want to message him.
I already asked him to unmute. Wonja, you can come in.
All right. Okay. All protocol respected, please. I've been up listening everything you people are saying.
Just for the record, I think your character is noticeable. Can you just introduce yourself, let the house know who you are?
Yeah, are you hearing me now?
Yes, 5 on 5. Sir.
Okay, all protocol respected. It's me, Mulawunja, the former vice chairman in the Restoration Council. I want to first of all acknowledge your resistance, your performance. You people are doing a wonderful job. However, there is a lot of things we have to draw a line. I think most of you in that house can remember what we have been doing, our good job. That house was created to protect the integrity of the nation of Amazonia. If there is a leader who cannot stand and defend his people, instead he wants to rub the people into the mud, I will tell you straight and forward, as somebody who has been there for 3 years, please, we did that to Seseseko. It should not be different from Mr. Dr. Samuel Ikomesako. He has disgraced us. He has made us to be ashamed in the public, all over the international community. I will challenge you people, for you people to take a very swift decision. As from this moment I'm talking, there is no point for you people to say He has been impeached, and then he's still being the president. We are at war. We are not in a territory controlling. We are at war. People are dying. We have to do something immediately, please. Dr. Samuel Sako has to be removed immediately from power. That APC should be taken away from them immediately. It's not something people have to sit down and say that we have to call him for more question evidence. That is totally unacceptable in this time of this situation, what is happening to our people. I will 100% stand and say that you people should show your power, the love you have for your people, by taking a decision this night and tomorrow come out with something that he is removed from power while the investigation is pending, so that we can know a way forward. Because putting people in this type of situation, you are just making us to think that there is something wrong in between, which we think there is nothing. Please try to respect the people of Ambazonia as they have given you people the respect and the authority to do the right thing. Thank you very much. I have no much to say. God bless you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody coordinator, can I just say something a little bit? To
Yes.
the former vice chair. Yes, Honorable Wonja, we thank you very much for your advice. I would tell you that we're going to try, and not only your own advice, we have gotten a lot of recommendations that all of you have given, and we're going to sit down, be assured that we will try to do our best. We're going to try to do our best that any prudent person will say, yes, even though members of the Restoration Council have not done this, and this, but a prudent person will say yes, even he or she would have done the same thing. I will tell you that we are going to be swift. Any mistakes that we have done, we are going to rectify, and assure you about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. With that said, we have come to the end of the Restoration Council meeting. I want to thank everybody for being here, and I will have somebody give us a closing prayer. And if they know, with the vice chairman in the house, can give us a closing remark, and then we'll go to a prayer.
Ambazonians, thank you all very much for participating in this meeting. Your contributions have been very, very positive, and we promise you that the Restoration Council will take every word into consideration in making our decision. We all will continue to work towards the liberation of our country, which is our paramount objective at this time. Please continue to have an open mind, and whatever we do, we should have that in mind. Our freedom, our quest for Boya. We should also know that, very, very important, we should know that whatever we do has great import or effect on the ground. And we should know that Ambazonians, whether in the diaspora or on the ground, what we sometimes call ground zero, are watching. Our actions, all of us, individually and collectively, our actions will influence the outcome of this struggle. So we should keep that in mind at all times. Also, our interaction with our restoration forces. Whatever we do, we should also know that our actions also affect their actions on the ground. Whatever we say, whatever we do, we should be mindful of that. We thank you all for participating, We will continue to have these same meetings from time to time, which of course will be in the public or the world at large will be informed. Hopefully, we will have, by the time we have our next meeting, we will have ABC Amber TV under our control. When I say under our control, under the control of Ambazonians. No more going around with a begging plate, asking people to if we can use our own television station. So we hopefully will keep. Hopefully, this struggle is going to be a short one. In other words, we pray. While we pray, we clench the Bible in one hand, and we also clench the AK-47 in the other. God bless you all. We forge our head until we get to Boya. No turning back. Ambazonia must be free. Long live Ambazonia. Thank you. Maybe one of the reverends can give us a prayer. How about that?
Reverend, give us a prayer. Lenny. Honorable the Son, can one of you, Reverend, give us a closing prayer?
Let me pray then.
Yes.
Okay, let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for your grace and for your mercy. Thank you because you are a gracious God. We ask, oh God, that after all this deliberation, that you give us the wisdom for the way forward, guide us in our path, give us direction. Lord, we also pray that God, you will help us in our quest, that will reach Boya faster and earlier than we think. Lord, we pray that you will strengthen each and every one of us. Thank you for the sacrifice of many who have come here today, many who have been patient. We pray, oh God, that the voice of Ambazonia will be heard, and that even we as a Restoration Council, oh God, will do that which is needful according to your perfect will in the name of Jesus. Help us, Lord, for the way forward. Strengthen our brothers, strengthen those in the bushes, strengthen those on the ground. We ask, oh God, that you will give us guidance, wisdom, oh God, even in times like this. In the name of Jesus. Bless each and every one, oh God, as we depart from here. Give us good sleep, give us strength, and also bless us, oh God, with finances that will continue to stand as a support for this revolution. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you all.
Amen. Amen. Thank you all.
And the other members stay behind briefly, please.
With that said, the Restoration Council Town Hall meeting is officially closed. God bless you all.
Let me stop the recording, please. Or can someone stop it?
I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Okay, let's see. All right. Good night, Ambazonia, and God bless you all. I'll stop it.
Recording stopped.
All right.
All Restoration Council members, please just hold on. Hang on for 1 minute. Please.
Oh no, so that's for anybody that lower their hands, but we are stopping.
As you all are aware, ladies and gentlemen,
thank you.
The Confederation of African Football has slated the next African